Yes, y'all. As promised last Saturday, we are back this Saturday for another Saturday night Shoot the Breeze episode, segment of the Bitter Medicine podcast. It's a podcast that's part of a podcast network called KW. Tuned in to all of the other shows on KWAZ Radio. More on that in just a bit. I see a lot of Slaughter was here early. Appreciate you for being here. He says, "Sup, everybody." If you guys can hear my voice out there, please drop a one for me. I don't know if anyone's out there yet, but please drop a one for me if you, in fact, hear my voice. We got some good topics tonight, man. I'm trying to be a little bit more timely with my discussion of topics. Thanks for that, Brother Bakari. Thanks for that, Lord of Slaughter, for those number ones. I'm trying to be more timely with discussing certain hot topic or hot button issues. So definitely we have some good ones tonight. Hopefully we can get to all of them. I'm not sure we will be, but here it goes. We're going to be discussing. This is a topic from last week we didn't get to. A Black Caribbean is responsible for the creation of Black History Month being pushed from a week to a month. We're going to have a follow-up discussion of Guyana from the ground. We're going to talk about a follow-up conversation. Last week, we discussed that a lot of the things that we see in terms of divesting, etc., is a social media problem. But it's much more of a global problem. And we have a series of videos. Hint, it has to do with a Russian guy in Ghana and Kenya. We're going to talk about who keeps giving this guy, you guys have an idea who this guy is, who keeps giving this guy a microphone. And lastly, this was also a big topic since the Super Bowl occurred last Sunday. Did you hear Haitians are Latino? Or Latinx, I guess you could say. But we're going to discuss it. A lot of Florida says I seen that Russian dude. Yeah, we're going to talk about that tonight. So those are the 5 topics we intend. We'll see if we get through all of them, because Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 is going to be that Russian incident. I want to remind you guys, if you want to hear certain conversations had, things that are, a little bit more important to you per se, you can join the Discord, navigate yourself to the Shoot the Breeze topics channel, and you could drop a prompt, add a attachment, preferably to X, YouTube, and even now TikTok, and we'll display those conversations on Shoot the Breeze. If I haven't gotten to a Shoot the Breeze topic that you posted, just send me a DM and remind me about it. Because again, trying to get to more hot topic stuff as they happen. And the things that don't have to be discussed right this minute, I'm going to save those for later. Just shoot me a DM and I'll put them up there. Also, we're on Discord. Sorry, not Discord. We are on Discord, but we're on TikTok. If you go to the community post, you'll see a recent community post tells you how to join or add us, be friends with us on TikTok. So please do. Right now, we don't have any followers on there. I don't know how you get follow. I'll follow back as I post a lot of the clips from Shoot the Breeze episodes. All right. With that said, man, let us start the show officially. On the other side of the intro, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1, as well as introduce any and all of my panelists So please stay tuned. In the meantime, hit the like button, share the show on your social media, email it to some people, call a friend. You know what to do. Do all the things to help to get the message out there. So do stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAC Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now, your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAC Radio.
Yes, indeed. Make sure you're tuned in. Make sure you at least subscribe to Brother Bakari's BBN Network. Make sure you're tuning in to the Forecast Radio. Make sure you're definitely tuning in and supporting our matron on her channel with her reading these different texts, these different selected texts. Make sure support her. And last but not least, he hasn't been live as often as he was before, but make sure you support Kofi the Black Critic, who celebrated a birthday last week, as we were told. So shout out to that brother as well. Right now it's just me up here. That's fine. Let's get right into it. We Shoot the Breeze, topic number 1 tonight. The link was Buana. The link should be pinned to the top of the chat. It is not pinned to the top of the chat as per usual. I'll drop it here as well. But the link should be pinned to the top of the chat. So there's the link for those who want to join. Let me see if anyone's going to join in the meantime. But yeah. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 in the meantime. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 says a Black Caribbean is responsible for the creation of Black History Month being pushed from a week to a month. This comes, of course, with a link that's going to take us to, I think that's YouTube. Make sure you guys see my screen. So there we go. We're on YouTube here. We're going to watch the video in a second. Let me just welcome in Buana real quick. Buana, how are you this week?
Koku, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good, brother. I'm good. I'm just trying to set up for the night, but I'm good.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for coming through. As per usual, like I said, should it be topic number one? A Black Caribbean is responsible for the creation of Black History Month being pushed from a week to a month. This comes with this video from YouTube. Let's watch it and then we'll discuss.
Hey, y'all. Happy Black American History Month. And I decided to focus in on the word American because I noticed during Black History Month, a lot of companies and brands tend to highlight and give brand deals to first and second generation immigrants with the same skin tone. And I think that those brand deals and sponsorships should go to Black American people because we are descendants of the people that fought the civil rights movement. And if you know anything about the civil rights movement, it paved the way for everyone because Black Americans didn't just fight racism. We also fought the U.S. government to change policy, law, and culture. You're welcome, bitches.
Peace, you know who this is. Family, I got to do this video real quick because I was trying to figure out how was I exactly going to do this video because, as you know, it's Black History Month. So, you got a bunch of FBA, ADOS, Freeman, goofballs going crazy on social media, attacking people, saying this this month is only for quote unquote Black Americans, when Black American means anybody Black in America. But they don't know that. They're stupid, but we're going to keep it going. They're attacking people. And I was like, how am I going to address it this year? Because I always address it. And I always address it in an immutable way where nobody can debate, unassailable, when I put it down. But I decided I'm going to attack it this year by saying, did you know Black History Month was started by a Black immigrant? Somebody y'all would call a tether or someone y'all would call a Black immigrant. And for all y'all who don't know who I'm talking about this man right here, Dr. Edgar Allan Toppings Sr. As you can see on your screen, in 1976, with the nation's bicentennial as a backdrop, Edgar Toppings, 55, PhD, president of the Association for the Study of African Americans' Life and History, worked with President Gerald Ford to establish the country's first Black History Month. Let's really get into that. Let's click on this article and let's really get into it. Links will be in the description box below, by the way. In 1976, with the nation's bicentennial as a backdrop, Edgar Toppings, 55, PhD, president of the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, worked with President Gerald Ford to establish the country's first Black History Month. There was perhaps no one better than Toppings, one of America's most preeminent experts and advocates for Black history, to lead the way in its formation. The son of parents from Bermuda and the Caribbean country that I think his father is from, because his mother is from Bermuda. I'm sure I'm not getting it mixed up, but I think his mother's from Bermuda, his father is from Grenada. So yes, that Caribbean country, that's supposed to be Grenada right there. Toppings was born in Harlem and grew up poor during the Great Depression, but graduated from Howard University with both bachelor's and master's degree. At Northwestern, he pursued a doctorate in history and met his future wife, Antoinette Lomax, along the way. I want to say this. One, like I said, New York reigns supreme. New York is the undisputed cultural capital, political capital, all types of capitals of Black people, period. Number one with the run. Also, I want to say this. Looks like a Black immigrant, which y'all would call him a Black immigrant, even though he was born in Harlem, because of who his parents were, and y'all would probably call him a tether too. Yeah, y'all would call him a tether. Invented Black History Month. He created Black History Month. And I know some of you goofballs are going to cry and say, well, what about Carter G. Woodson? Oh, this is fake. I never heard of him. We're going to get to that. You know I'm going to get to that. Now let's get to that right now. Because as you can see here, family, Black History Week and Black History Month are different. Black History Week is the precursor to Black History Month. Matter of fact, let me just read what the AI said. Yes, Black History Week was the direct precursor to Black History Month, established in 1926, 100 years ago, by Dr. Carter G. Woodson as Negro History Week. It was held in February to coincide with the birthdays of Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. It expanded into a full month in 1976. There you go. There you go. There's more history in between that and before that, by the way, but I'll save that for another video. So what we are celebrating now is the 100th anniversary of Black History Week, since established by Carter G. Woodson, the 50th anniversary of Black History Month, and the 50th anniversary of when President Gerald Ford first recognized Black History Month, and the 40th anniversary of when Congress passed it into law. I'm gonna try to touch on that a little bit later, but I wanted to get into that. And for all you who doubt in me, we're gonna keep it going like this. A precursor is not the same as the thing that came after it. So again, we're not gonna do that. Oh, it's the same thing, because I know you're gonna say it's the same thing. It's not the same thing. Precursor is not the same as the thing that came after it. It's not the same. But also, we will forever shout out and commemorate Dr. Carter G. Woodson. And that's why we celebrating the 100th anniversary of it, and the 50th anniversary, and the 40th anniversary. Let me just go show that, by the way, the 40th anniversary. So I can just so we can really send this home. In 1968, 10 years later, Congress passed Public Law 99-244, officially designating February 1986 as National Black. So, because some people called it Afro-American, so it was like National Black, and then some people started saying, well, Afro-American later, but National Black History Month. So that's the official name of the month, National Black History Month. So there it is right there. Boom. So this month is celebrating the 100th anniversary, the 50th anniversary, and the 40th anniversary. I hope I made myself clear. You FBA goofballs need to stop saying that Black History Month is only for quote unquote FBA, even though we know FBA is not a people, it's not a group, it's a group, it's not a people or lineage. But even if we were talking about the people who descend from the enslaved Africans on this land, Black History Month or Black History Week was never just for them. It was for anybody Black. Always has been, always will be. Our identity, again, is racial. Everything we do revolves around race. So, yeah, thank you for watching this video to the end. Make sure you like this video, share this video, comment on this video, give this video high points.
History Month. Companies and brands tend to hire generation immigrants with the same skin tone. And I think that those brand deals and sponsorships should go to Black American people, because we are descendants of the people that fought the civil rights movement. And if you know anything about the civil rights movement, it paved the way for everyone, because Black Americans didn't just fight racism. We also fought the US government to change policy, law, and culture. You're welcome, bitches.
So I wasn't aware of Daphne, I think. Yeah, Daphne. Wasn't aware of this video from her until I until I saw this prompt. And it's such a shame because I actually was a fan of hers. I could honestly say I'm a fan of hers. I stop every time to see her skits and stuff when they come up. Her and the barber dude. I can't think of his name right now. But I almost didn't even have a problem with what she had to say. There's some things she had wrong, a bit wrong, in that Caribbeans fought in the civil rights movement too, not just Black Americans. But it's how she ended it off with bitches. That grinded my gears at the end there. So I don't know if I'll be patronizing her content, which I think is something that people should be mindful of. You're a content creator. Maybe you shouldn't be trying to divide the room, as the comedians would call it, right? But that's what she did. But anyway, let me hear from my esteemed panelists. So I introduced Buana. Let me introduce Black Steel. Black Steel, how are you this week?
I'm doing good, man. Shout out to everybody on the panel, Buana, you, Koku. Happy Valentine's Day to those who celebrate, man. Before we get started, I want to share a story with y'all that happened in my class for Valentine's Day. So a young man, he brought a little gift basket to a girl for, Valentine's Day. Some little girl he had a crush on. So he comes in, he puts it on her desk, and she says, "Oh no, I don't want this," And I felt for the young man. So to all y'all people out there, just let him down easy if you're not interested. Just let him down easy. But I'm doing great.
Yeah, that's a good message there, for real though. Yeah, we ain't got to be so stink to one another, man. But thanks for that, Black Steel. Brother Bakari's with us. Brother Bakari, how are you?
I'm absolutely magnificent, my brother. Everything is everything. And I'm going to make it better tonight because I'm going to start an argument with Black Steel because I ain't one.
All right, appreciate that, Brother Bakari. Last but not least, of course, is our brother Kofi. Kofi, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Peace to the panel. Good prompt. Good prompt. I was late to give that to you. Yeah, that is something of a discussion that we need to talk about. But I'm good.
Yes, sir. Kofi, as we understand it, last week was your birthday. Happy belated, because I haven't spoken to you, since. So happy belated to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. I am old as Black History Month. Let's just put it at
Yes. Happy 60th birthday, Kofi.
66. That's a lot of
Damn.
extra time.
Damn.
But thank you.
No problem, man. So yeah, we'll get back to Kofi. We'll get his thoughts after we hear everyone else's thoughts, man. But let me start off different this week. Let me start off with Buana, man. Buana, what say you to this?
Yeah, so first of all, let me say happy Black History Month to my American brothers, and happy Black History Month to everyone, who are included in that. First of all, I'm thinking, why we have to be bitches? Why we gotta be bitches? You say, the sister in the video said that we fought in the civil rights movement, and Koku said something that was right and exact. He said that not only Black Americans was in the civil rights movement, there are other people who was involved in the civil rights movement, and that don't necessarily get mentioned. But I'm not even going to be a divisionist. People who are big on integration, they feel good to be acknowledged, and the powers that be acknowledged this month or this week as a time for Black Americans to celebrate themselves. I think that Black Americans have agency, so they celebrate not only Black History Month, but they celebrate themselves all year round. They don't wait for a month just to acknowledge the achievements of what they would have done in the country. But understand, Sometimes some of us suffer from a main character syndrome, and we put ourselves in the center of everything, but that's not always accurate. And also, let me say this: she said that all of the civil rights strides that we fought for, right now, in the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas is working vigilantly to not only undermine but to reverse all the gains that you would have made during the civil rights movement. Your own fellow Black American person, that's not never mentioned. Not only that, Donald Trump right now is not only trying to remove a lot of the civil rights acts that was presented, but he is also going into museums and removing the pictures of your ancestors and what they would have done. No mention of that in this video. He's removing a whole lot of things, even in the military, with people who not only fought in the American wars, but all the gains that they would have made in the military. He's removing these photos and photographs. No mention of that. The only chastisement comes when it comes down to each other. Black Negroes fighting other Black Negroes. And it's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate, man. And she ends it off by saying, "We bitches." It's plantation talk. It's plantation talk. You only have fight and vitriol for people who look like you, but you have no vitriol whatsoever. Not even a comment on the people who are really undermining the achievements of the so-called civil rights movement. No mention of that at all. And end it off with bitches. And like I say, I would only say much respect to the brothers and sisters and ancestors who would have fought and struggled within America and made gains within America. I don't want to get into the negative divisionist rhetoric, man. But I would just leave it there. That's what I see in the video. I think it's very sad, but I would leave it, man. I'll leave it.
Appreciate that, Buana. Black Steel, what's it?
This shit is a psyop. I've been saying this for years. Okay? This, man, listen. This dissension within the ranks, this coming at each other's throats, like Buana mentioned. You're attacking other Black people, not attacking the people who are legitimately trying to undermine the recreation of our history. They're removing stuff from museums, complaining about Juneteenth shouldn't be a holiday, all that other stuff, right? This never was a thing. And it's coming so quickly on all the social media, all the internet and the apps and whatnot. It is a plan. It is a concentrated effort to cause disruption and unity within for African people. And at a time when we are in a renaissance of white supremacy, when we have an openly racist president, we have an entire government system that is trying to take back all the gains that Black people, not just African Americans, but Black people all over the world have struggled for. This type of dissension is dangerous and is going to leave us vulnerable, if not even more vulnerable, to white pathological aggression. Two people in a burning house don't have time to stop and argue, right? So, and I'm like you, I was a fan of Daphne too, but fuck her now, because Carter G. Woodson did not just make Black History Month or Black History Week for Black Americans, right? He wanted to highlight the accomplishments of Black people across the diaspora, on the continent. Our history does not begin in America. If you start Black history with slavery, if you start with America, you started with slavery. And that's when you have the pretendians come in and want to manufacture, we're really the natives and we're really the Jews and all the other stuff, right? But our people come from Africa, right? And if you start our history with slavery, then the best you can be is an American citizen, right? That's the highest that you can reach. I believe we can go beyond that. I believe that Black people have to, quote unquote, untether themselves from the white supremacist settler colonial project that is America, that is funding a genocide, that is starving an island of 11 million people in the Caribbean, that is bombing innocent men and women in the Caribbean Sea for quote unquote selling drugs, right? This is all the stuff that encompasses being American. Wars of aggression, right? Destabilizing people all over, nations all over the world. So why do you want to be American? Our ancestors in the civil rights movement, even before that, they weren't fighting just for their rights as American citizens. They were fighting for their human rights, for their rights as human beings, for the rights to exist and live and raise their families peacefully, not just the right to vote. They wanted to be treated as men and women. That's what they wanted to be. So this idea that, only Black Americans matter, and, it's such a divisive ideology. And coming at a time like this, when basically we're under attack from a legislative standpoint, from a physical standpoint, that you want to cause issues with your Black brother and sister because their ancestors were happily dropped off at a different stop than your ancestors were. And that's really the whole gist of it, right? Many of our ancestors probably came from the same place. They would some people got dropped off in South Carolina, some got dropped off in Jamaica, some people dropped off in the Bahamas. And the slave master didn't recognize borders, right? They would move their slaves where they needed them to. One weekend you could have them on a plantation in the Caribbean. The next minute you need them in Georgia. Like, this whole idea that Black Americans are somehow stand apart is just causing problems. And I don't see it in real life, but I hear it a lot on the internet, which makes me think it's a coordinated plan of attack. The European we got to give them their credit, right? They don't quit, right? If they lose on the battlefield, they'll try to beat you at the peace table. If they can't confront you directly, they'll confront you behind your back. They use and weaponize everything. Everything. Social media. You think it's something that you want to, see your old friends from high school. You think you want to, pick up some memes, some jokes, some funny videos. But here they are weaponizing it against African people. And you have other African people who are unwittingly, maybe even wittingly, aiding the oppressor to cause disunity within our ranks. This is not the time to try to distinguish Black American, Black Afro-Caribbean, whatever. Because do you think that Johnny Cracker is really going to make a distinction? Do you think he cares? Oh, I'm not going to hurt these Black people because they grew up here in America. Black people have fought in every war since the Revolution. Did that stop them from lynching Black men in their uniforms after the First and Second World War? Did it stop them from denying the Black men their GI Bill? This need to attach to America is really just a good example of battered wife syndrome. I wouldn't even call it Stockholm syndrome, because Stockholm syndrome, the so-called the people robbing the bank were nice to the lady. Black Americans have battered wife syndrome, right? Because no matter how bad this country treats us, you still got a few dumb Negroes who want to attach themselves to this situation, and we're going down with a sinking ship. So those are my thoughts. I think I've spoken enough. I'll let somebody else go, but thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, good stuff, Black. Still clip that, by the way. Gotta make a clip out of that. What's interesting is to echo something Black Steel said. Like, where did Daphne Springs just decide to talk about this? Why? Your internet. Well, she is a stand-up comedian as well, but you're really known for your internet comedy, and all of a sudden you just come to talk about brand deals and first and second generation. It's who sent you, man? Who put that battery in your back and sent you out here? By the way, it also goes to show you, as we talked about last week, and I'm sure we'll talk about a bunch this week, you gotta take social media a bit more serious than we have. You gotta take it a bit more serious than we have. Before I go to Brother Bakar, let me just read some comments in the chat. Lord of Slaughter. Lord of Slaughter says, I unsubscribed from Daphne after seeing that video. He goes on to say, I don't understand the argument over Black history. White people have divided our people with nationalism and tricked people into tribalism. He says, to me, our race is more important than what accomplishments were achieved in whatever nation. Daily affirmations by Pauline is out there saying, good evening to you, my dear. Lord of Soul says something interesting here. He says, Black nationalism has become the enemy of Pan-Africanism. Isn't that a crazy notion? Trigger Happy in the chat says, from what I understand, me and Trigger Happy, Black History Week is supposed to act as a stopping point for presenting all the learning you have done throughout the year about Black history. That's interesting. Daily Affirmation says, happy Valentine's Day. Lastly, a lot of Slaughter says Black nationalism is a losing cause. He says, untether from America. Very good commentary from the chat. You guys keep it going. I'll present your comments on the screen when I have a chance. With that said, man, let's hear from Brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what are your thoughts on Shooter Breeze topic number one?
First, I want to say, Black Steel, I like that. I got that when you say we need to untether. I smiled when you said that, man. That was good right there. What I got to say about that is, the first thing I'm going to say is, I unsubscribed from Daphne Spring, whatever her last name, when I saw that. I was a big fan, right? So we're going to go to who wrote the Lift Every Voice and Sing, James Weldon Johnson. And if you look him up, according to FBA, the guy that wrote the Black National Anthem would be a tether, an anchor baby tether. You can go to how people from the Bahamas built South Florida. You can go look and see Haitian influence in how they helped build New Orleans. If we continue on with this, right, you can see there were immigrants, I'm calling them immigrants for this, but came here during the Revolutionary War to fight with the British because they thought they was fighting to help free African Americans. If you look up enslaved Africans at the time, if you look up Fannie Lou Hamer and her connection with Africa, you would find how African people from African nations was reaching out to her and other people in the civil rights movement asking, what can we do to help? And you will see that there were some people from the continent getting punched in the face and spat on at those sit-ins because they asked, what can they do? Now, I have a buddy of mine. We had this conversation. I say, you're telling me that arguing with another Black person about they didn't do nothing here is more important than confronting the people that's tearing down everything Black history? Go look and see what they're doing in Philly. Just go look and see what this guy has done with Black history since he's been in charge. And you're telling me that the fight with someone from Jamaica, or Nigeria, or Trinidad, or the Bahamas is more important? It sounds like a bunch of coward nonsense. like Black still said, who's paying these people? Who's paying Daphne Spring Wanch? Who's paying her to get on and start talking about this? And our people out here, they're so fickle-minded. So now they will jump on the bandwagon and they will follow anything. I'm Aboriginal, Indigenous. We different than those Black people. We have our own distinct, unique culture. So do those people. People from Jamaica. But all of this unique, distinct culture actually derived from the continent of Africa, West and Central Africa, mainly. And we have let people bluff us and tell us that they own the world. And the only thing we can do is fight one another, and the owners of the world will allow us to get a peace so you can feel better than other Black people. It's a problem, not just with African Americans. It's a problem, period, amongst African people, amongst us, how we deal with one another, how we want to talk to one another, how we always want to fight and put one another down. And now this, they're going to call it Black American History Month. I heard Yvette Carnell say one, oh Lord, I hate to say their name. The leader of ADO say one time that we became American, and according to her, she was speaking up. Everybody that they call her, every person, because they just call us Black American now, even I tell them, don't call me that. But we became American in 1619. I asked in the chat, and they went off on me. I said, if you became an American in 1619, show me in the records where they said they were enslaving Americans. It's not going to be there. It's not. Once upon a time, Black American and African American was interchangeable. My 22-year-old son called me the other day. He was like, Dad, you told us about 3 years ago that Black American and African American is not interchangeable anymore. I tell people, don't call me a Black American. I'm not a Herschel Walker. I'm not the dude, whoever I forget his damn name on the Supreme Court. I'm not Jesse Lee Peterson. Don't call me a Black American.
Clarence Thomas.
Yes, Clarence Thomas. My ancestors come from Africa. I'm African American. And I'm being honest, and I think it's an insult that everybody has just caught on to the YouTube thing and just call all Black people Black Americans. I'm African American. I'm not the same as those people trying to fight to be white adjacent. They know they can't be white, but they want to be white adjacent. And on that, I yield the mic.
Appreciate that, Brother Bakari. You know, it was interesting, and I've talked about this years ago. I bring it up every once in a while. What's interesting is a lot of Black folks in America, a lot of them don't realize that they do, in fact, have a lot of Caribbean background. A lot of Caribbean people who came here, even today still. You find a Bahamian in New York, generally speaking, they don't really broadcast that they're Bahamian, right? And a lot of these folks whose families came from the South during the Great Migration don't realize that you guys really do have a lot of Caribbean, African ancestry. But Bakari mentions the Black National Anthem. You know who wrote the Black National, who the composer and the writer of the Black National Anthem, where they were from, where their parents were from? Their parents, their mother is family to a guy, Barnable Dillett. I think was their mother's brother or cousin or something. Stephen Dillett is a Bahamian guy of Haitian descent, right? Who was very renowned at one time. These guys were Bahamian people. Rode the national. I'm waiting to see when that catches on, to see if they're going to throw that away because of so-called two tethers created it. It's just weird. If you're listening to the playback, make sure look at the. Yeah, that's right, Lord of Sword from the Bahamas. Make sure look at the comments. Trigger Happy put up some really nice comments. I'll read one of them. The last one he put. He said, "Ethnic fluidity should be the norm. We should build from it and use it to our advantage. Delineation is unintelligent." I appreciate that.
Can I say one more
Kofi,
thing right quick? Can I say one more thing right quick? And I'm done. I promise you. This is it. And by the way, to let you know they haven't studied, I think Black Steel touched on this. Carter G. Woodson really spoke about African history, the guy that started Negro History Week. That's all I wanted to say.
Absolutely. Trigger Happy says Obadali Camben would be a good example, and even the Caribbean countries are fluid. There's traveling between all the different countries. Yeah, I just told you, a prominent guy in my country's history was a guy named Stephen Dillett. We say Dillett, but I think his name was pronounced Delay. And these folks who wrote the Black National Anthem in America is family to this guy. So ethnic fluidity was definitely a huge thing where we're from, you know. But with that said, man, Kofi, you've heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you to all of it? Kofi's holding up the book with the picture of Carter G. Woodson on the front. Kofi, we can't hear you if you're talking, though.
Oh, this book right here. Right? I got this book, whoa, probably like 20 years ago. Right? 20 years ago. Right? When I made a decision in 2002 to really buckle down to understand why are Black people globally in this situation, this book was pushed on to me in order to read the mentality of Black people as of to why and the history, right? I'm old as Black History Month, so I'm proud to say that. So when you have there's a difference between like knowing people and knowing certain figures and studying their body of work. We plainly see that FBA knows scholars and Black Americans who has put in the work, but they do not study their work at all. They will not be talking like Brother Bakari said. If you read about Carter G. Woodson, you wouldn't taint Carter G. Woodson's name by attacking other Black people. That goes against the whole reason, the whole mantra of what Black history is. So what I'm going to do right now, what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to read a short passage from the book that I have that I think applies to this situation right here. I got it highlighted. This is how long ago I wrote it. So it's going to say, no, that's not it. I'm sorry. I have a lot of stuff highlighted here, if you could see. All right. Got it. So I'm going to read. This is, if anyone has the book, right, this is page 24, right? So it says, this is a slightly dangerous ground here. However, for the Negro's mind has been all but perfectly enslaved in that he has been trained to think what is desired of him. The highly educated, in quotes, Negroes do not like to hear anything uttered against this procedure because they make their living in this way, and they feel that they must defend the system. Few miseducated Negroes ever act otherwise, and if they so express themselves, they are easily crushed by the large majority of the contrary, so that the procession may move on without interruption. Right? The result then is that the Negro, thus miseducated, are of no service to themselves and none to the white man. The white man does not need the Negro's quote unquote professional, commercial, or industrial assistance. And as the result of the manipulation of mechanical appliances, he no longer needs them in. I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on, so forgive me for the slow reading if I'm reading slow. Or mental service. The highly educated Negroes, moreover, do not need the Negro professional or commercial classes because Negroes have been taught that whites can serve them more efficiently in these spheres. This is the miseducation of the Negro. So when we're talking about FBA, obviously, we're talking about a small sector of Black Americans that are not intelligent. In this case, they're very loud, but they're not intelligent. If they're championing Carter G. Woodson, but don't know his body of work, they're just telling on themselves. They're just telling on themselves. So they don't even understand their own psychological, like Black Steel says, not even Stockholm syndrome, it's battered wife syndrome. I'm gonna start calling foundational battered wives Americans, because you don't understand about, just like how they were praising Khalid Muhammad. Oh, happy birthday to Khalid Muhammad. Happy birthday to Khalid Muhammad. Khalid Muhammad was a Pan-African. Every picture you see Khalid Muhammad, he's either wearing, when he was on Donahue, you see him wearing the jacket with the kente cloth on. Another one, he may be wearing all black, but he has like an armband of the red, black, and green around his arm, or as a bow tie, or he has the flag, or he has the ankh on his ring. He is a Pan-African. These are a small group of people, but they are the loudest. And we need to keep flooding these internet airways with information in order to drown out their stupidity. They kicked out their last intellectual person who was trying to champion Professor James Smalls. They got rid of him. That's it. It's over. He was at least trying to work with you guys, because FBA in its inception, without getting into detail, had good intentions. Hey, look, we don't like what's going on with HR 40. HR 40 is just a bill for reparations, just study reparations. That's not good enough. And I agree, that's not good enough. You need something better than that, right? So we're going to do something better than that. But that's not what they're doing. Look, since Trump has been coming to office, they have not mentioned reparations one time. Not once. And these are the same people that will drag the Democrats through the mud. No, Democrats don't do this. Democrats don't do that. They ain't giving us reparations. They ain't doing this. But they ain't asking for Master Trump for nothing. So once again, we have to really call these people out, flood the airwaves with how that they're not really pro-Black, and they're not intelligent at all. So that's pretty much it. I don't want to take up any more time on this. I hope you guys enjoyed that passage that I read.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Kofi. Thanks for also letting us know
it was awesome.
Didn't have your glasses. Yeah, thanks for letting us know you didn't have your glasses on, because for a second I was like, damn, Kofi reads like Floyd Mayweather.
He had the Floyd Mayweather thing going on.
You wrong for that. Y'all do know y'all got an FBA down in that chat. Y'all better stop.
Hey, I want to say something. Before y'all go on to the next topic.
Yeah, go ahead.
To Lord of Slaughter, I don't know if Black nationalism is an enemy to Pan-Africanism. I think it's Black nativism more so is an enemy to Pan-Africanism. I don't necessarily think it's Black nationalism. Another thing I wanted to mention is, hey, Herschel Walker, because Bakari mentioned Herschel Walker. Right now, Herschel Walker is an ambassador to the Bahamas. So he is in the Bahamas telling the Bahamian government, oh, you mustn't do deals with China, you know. He's singing for his supper. He telling Herschel Walker with his dumb self, come all the way over here. I don't know what he thinks about, you know, Bahamian government leadership. But some of these Negroes in office they're very intelligent, you know, and they're just he's coming with the power and the might of the American government. But to tell the Bahamian government to not do deals with China, that's a joke, bro. What are you talking about? This is an independent country. We should have agency to do deals with who the hell we want to do deals with. This is the issue I have sometimes when these people come from different places. And well, let me don't go there, especially with Rick Fox. That's another issue the person I have an issue with. But needless to say, because they really trying to push me into politics, and I really don't want to get into politics, primarily because, you know, I have a particular view and these people have a different view of life. But needless to say, I have a Valentine's story for Black Steel.
Well, hold on,
When I was in,
real quick before you go on to that story, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't the ambassador of the Bahamas supposed to be doing what he has to do in order to improve and empower the relationship between Bahamas and America? What do they have to do with their business as far as what they do internationally outside of America? It's kind of odd.
okay, so when ambassadors come from different countries, they do that what's I can't remember the name of it now. What's the name of it? I can't remember the term for it. Can't remember the term for it now. But he is a representative of the government that he comes from.
Yeah,
so
America.
Right.
America.
So
So what does he have to do with China?
ultimately though, he's gonna sing for his supper. His supper is Donald Trump giving him the ability to come down here. So whatever idea that Donald Trump has in his mind, he as an ambassador is gonna push that forward and just suggest that now, quote unquote, for these so-called Black Caribbean countries to do. So they send ambassadors all over the world for that specific purpose, you know, to not only for goodwill and these other kinds of things, but also to say in terms of influence, hey, you know, we don't like China, so you shouldn't like China either. So we don't like you doing deals with China, you know. But I'm like, come on, bro. We have a Chinese embassy down here as well. So we're not
I
enemies
was
of China.
just about to say that. Like, you know what? Once you find out what the Chinese ambassador, you know what I'm saying? So it's a
Absolutely,
very
because
odd thing to do.
the Bahamas Nassau right now has a huge embassy here, a huge one, downtown, huge one. But also China also has a huge embassy as well. So we know, I guess we trying to walk a tightrope because we don't want to alienate the Chinese. The Chinese is giving $1 billion in terms of investment into the Bahamas. Why should they be our enemies? Well, let me don't get into that. I'm not even gonna touch that. Let me say this because I want to stick with the Valentine's thing. Black Steel, you mentioned how a guy brought some flowers to a Black girl in school. I remember when I was in Kentucky at university. Well, the sister I was dating, the American sister I was dating, she did the same thing, man. She brought a bunch of flowers and violence. I was so embarrassed, man. I was so embarrassed. I had to take it, but I was embarrassed like a mug. Because yeah, you Caribbean people, we are taught not to show emotion like that. You know, so it's like it's like
But you took it. You didn't say like, oh, nah, I don't want that. You didn't say that. Now, you know.
I had to take it because I didn't like this chick. You know, she was a beautiful chick too. But I'm like, man, she brought me flowers in class. Oh, I could. Hey, it was so embarrassing, Black Steel, man. It was so embarrassing.
Juana was worried that she messed it up for him with all the other women he was chatting to, man. That's all that was. Man, good discussion, man. There's no last thoughts on that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Kofi, stick around if you can, because this one, I think you might be able to provide some insight on this one. Shoot the Breeze Shooter Breeze topic number. What's going on here? Shooter Breeze topic number 2 says. Shooter Breeze topic number 2 says a follow-up discussion of Guyana on the ground. This has a attachment that comes with it. I think it's taking us to YouTube again. Let me see. Yeah. Let me make sure you guys can see my screen. All right, there you go. So this is a video titled Guyana oil money is killing locals. So we're going to watch it and then we'll discuss it.
The discovery of oil has fundamentally changed this place, and I'm not 100% sure it's for the better. Guyana is different now. It's more expensive. The place is now flooded with people that have money. Chinese businesses have come to overrun the place.
Neither Hulk with the rays of gamma, neither the missile crisis of Havana. Could I make my teams off like banana? Our circle big like Queen's Park Savannah. It's Master Chief equipped with Lortana. Lock into Viking to get more grammar. Banana man, let me tell them. Why me back totally foreign and locally. To the jobs globally, I'm a loud vocally. Some so impatient.
The Chinese are outpricing the local Guyanese by far. Let's go check out one of these stores. See, so they outprice local Guyanese, and also their stock is a hell of a lot better. See, something interesting is that this place has become sort of a general catchment area for people that are coming from Latin America. So you'll have a lot of Cubans. Okay, in the store, you had some Cubans there. You can tell from the accent. And you have a lot of Venezuelans too. Okay, this is a place they can travel to without needing a visa for the Cubans. So Venezuelans, I think they might be here legally. Instead of dancehall or some chutney, instead you're hearing all kind of Spanish things on the roadside. And in the 2+ years since I haven't been here, I've noticed a lot of chicken spots popping up, Chinese ones. Let's go give it a taste. Why not? So here we are in a Chinese chicken spot, and the cashier is a Cuban lady. A lot of Cubans coming here. Many times it's on their way to other countries, on their way to Brazil. But yeah, big Cuban community, big Venezuelan community, they're coming here. Guyana has always been a premier food destination. Not only is the cuisine unique and bringing influences from India, China, Western and Central Africa, other parts of the Caribbean, Western Europe, and the natives giving their spin on cuisine coming in from the interior. Not only is the food good, but Guyana provides the Caribbean with unlimited land space for agricultural growth. If you go to many islands throughout the Caribbean, what you'll find is Guyanese rice. And this lady, despite her inability to speak English, she's able to come in from Holguín, Cuba, and find a job here in this chicken spot. And because of the wage issues and increasing inaffordability, a lot of local Guyanese young folks are sort of discouraged to work. See, I don't know if it's because I'm just coming off of the flu, or really I'm still in the flu, but the chicken is a little bit too greasy for me. So these dogs are gonna help me out. Couldn't bother clean out the bone. There's another dog, but she ran off with the piece I gave her. Despite my efforts to dress down, they know very well that I'm not from here. Literally everyone warns me, be careful walking around at night. Careful with that camera. Indicating a wider crime issue here in Central GT. See, these houses, in many cases, need to be built on little platforms, a little elevation, because of this place being technically under sea level. Okay, the Dutch had their preoccupation with building things under sea level. So now Guyanese people have to deal with it. Imagine that, growing up with having nasty water on all sides of your house. Despite the inconveniences, look at all these beautiful new cars. Look. So technically Guyana, South America, but man, the culture is super Caribbean. And now you have a lot of Latinos here, especially in this section. It wasn't like this before. The place is dripping with Latinos. And late at night, I noticed a lot of the Venezuelan sisters standing outside, waving hello. I wonder what that's about. Due to the United States' newfound hostility towards immigrants, Venezuelans, Cubans, and other migrants, would-be migrants to the United States have to go elsewhere. And as I've said previously, Guyana is becoming a destination. The reason being is that Guyana has favorable visa laws, and it's closer for Venezuelans. Look at the accumulation of bottles in this one ditch. Not like Amsterdam, huh? Yes, sir. So that happens when you have rapid population growth and you're not prepared to deal with it. Another thing that happens is, well, the changing of the economy. Individuals are engaging in illegitimate means of making money a lot more than they did previously. By and large, it's not the Venezuelans or the Cubans that are engaging this. It's the local Guyanese people. Unfortunately, the oil jobs, contracts in construction, contracts in infrastructure have not radiated down to the people. A lot of Chinese contractors actually maintain those jobs. So let's go back maybe a good 12 years to my international economy class. When you have resources like oil, your economy becomes overly dependent on that oil. And instead of having a diverse economy where you have multiple things going, you tend to actually stop all those other things and only depend on that oil. And that makes your economy a hell of a lot more fragile. A byproduct of the finding and exploitation of oil in a country's economy is corruption, and more corruption. It's inevitable. And just in case if you're curious, yes, it smells horrible. See, this here is border market, but I don't have time for that right now. Right. Something that's actually happened with their fruits here is that they've sort of, I guess you could say, they've incorporated Brazilian produce into what they have here. Instead of having seasons when certain things are available, because of the Brazilians and their produce, they're able to have everything all the time. The middle class now doesn't suffice their bills and also buy food for their family. See this oil thing? It's not a good thing. Yo, bro, hot as hell. When you're dealing with 30 Celsius, no trees, no breeze, you need hydration. And the best hydration isn't your Powerade or Gatorade, those artificial things. Coconut water, they're the best thing. You know, a friend of mine actually remarked that coconut water is an acquired taste. So a lot of my Yankee friends are not really used to the taste of coconut water. Better than Gatorade, boys. Better than Gatorade. So here in the streets, the price is about $2.50 US for this coconut water. Whereas in Cuba, you're paying maybe 40 cents? And that's in Havana. If you go out to the outer provinces, maybe close to 20 cents. So even though you guys have seen me in Cuba during the winter is not hot like this. This is a good 90 degrees Fahrenheit. Easy heat. Advanced camera, but be careful. This stab market area when you have a camera. Gotta watch for the motos. Colombia style, right? I'd like to thank you guys so much for watching this video. I'm gonna catch you guys in the next one.
All right. That is a follow-up discussion of Guyana on the ground. I'm trying to remember what the original discussion was. Is this a follow-up to that conversation about Guyana is underpopulated and should Black Americans or African Americans move to Guyana? I'm kind of curious about that. Let me just start right. Let's go with the person who represents that nation, man. Kofi, what are your thoughts on what you just saw?
That was very interesting. I was trying to go to Guyana for my birthday. I wasn't able to do that, but I'm trying to go this year. What he's saying is not something that is surprising. They call, even in Africa, they call it the resource curse, because if it's mismanaged and not managed well, then the population there, like the native population there, is not going to reap the benefits. There's I forgot this guy's name. There was a guy there. He is being forgot this guy and his guy name. He, with the oil boom, he went to America and he established like a oil refinery, and he needed a partner, like an investor, and it was this Indian guy. So him and the Indian guy came together. Long story short, the Indian guy started swindling him, doing things like saying, "Oh, he stole my money," and things like that, and all types of nonsense, and pretty much trying to swindle him out his half. I saw another video when he's come to government contracts, how they had this other Guyanese man there, another businessman, going to the local people saying, "Hey, look, this is your oil. You're a Guyanese. This is you have a right to all those government contracts that's in there down there in Georgetown. You are supposed to be first in line to get those contracts, right, before anybody else, right?" It's a lot. People, as far as like doing like the refinery and things like that, yes, they're bringing in Venezuelans, and they're also bringing in anyone to do with the oil industry there that they have. Instead of say, well, the excuse is, well, the guy doesn't have any expertise in oil because oil is new to us. So you don't have the refinery, you don't know how to mine it, you don't know how to refine it. So they're bringing out all these outside people in order to do that. I understand that to a point. What needs to be done is like, okay, fine, got it. We have a whole bunch of young people here, right? And again, we have a middle class people, working poor people. Fine, bring those contractors in. You come in here, you train our people, right? Once you train our people to do the job, then you get them on board, and you don't have to tell them, you slowly wean off the contract and be like, all right, bye. Because you have the capital. You just don't have the skills and the knowledge and the know-how. Again, Guyana has always been like, he went down to the border market. Border market is like a real big famous place where you get like all types of food. So I like when he was talking about border market. But Guyana has always been a multicultural place. So what's going on with Venezuela now is not good because Venezuela and Guyana borders each other. So they can just the gentleman just said there, like it's, they're very, lax on the visa. Not to sound like FBA or anything like that, but they need to, if what the gentleman's saying is correct, I'm only going based upon what he said. You need to control the population of people that you have coming. I got no problem. Like, it's news to me that there's a Hispanic area, which is odd because Guyana always prides itself on being the only English nation in South America. What I'm saying is to slow it down, especially if you're looking at your people and the people are not being well taken care of. So along with that, it was one thing he didn't mention there, because the largest group in Guyana are the Afro-Guyanese and the Indians, right? Right now, how it is, everyone's familiar with Guyanese politics and Guyanese history. Usually when the Indians get in power, right, they usually take care of their own people. They kind of get away with a lot of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And then black people slowly, try to fight to get like sometimes scraps. So there's three parties, there's two big major political parties. And plus you have to remember, Guyana, there's a lot of black Indians. So people that are mixed, that are Afro-Guyanese and Indian. And the party, the there's the PPC and the PPP. The PP, I think, believes the PPC. If you look at it, it's a black. It's a black political party. It even has Pan-African flags. This is when all started by Burnham and everything, right? The other party is the more of the Indian party, and they try to grab some black faces and some black people. But some of them people that you think that's black, they not. Asking for their mother, you're like, ooh, that girl look good there. What's her name? Oh, your name is Sarah Khan. Oh, Khan. Oh, your father's a Kohli man then, right? She look black. But that's so you see, you have a lot of mixed Indians going for that party, right? So I'm surprised he didn't mention about the Indian population there and the Indian influence that they have there. I really can't give too much insight currently because I think this video is probably about a year old, because best time to go in Guyana is not during the summertime. Best time, because I'm under like heat, but the best time to go to Guyana is in the winter and in the spring. In the winter, because it's like Christmas, and during the spring, that's when our Independence Day is and stuff like that. But you have to watch Guyana like very carefully. Now, the President Ali, he's not a stupid man. He's not a stupid man. He even came here one time in Brooklyn on Church Avenue, representing Guyanese around with the black people. So I'm like, okay. All right. Okay. He's representing black people and he knows black history. This man is not a stupid man. I don't know if he's playing possum or whatever, playing stupid. I don't know, but he's not a stupid man. So all I could do is hope that he has something going on where this is not continuing to happen. But again, what this guy is saying is correct. He needs to ease up on the visas. 1, 2, make sure the contracts go to native Guyanese people. 3, make sure that you're about to be like one of the largest growing economies in the world. With that, you have capital coming down the pike. You don't need not to rely on anybody. All the cards is in our favor. You have to know how to play the game. And one other thing before they saying that the guy said is also true when you look at economics, when your economy is only based on one thing, one product, or one thing, you're kind of doomed. Now, he also, I guess he kind of contradicts himself a little bit because he says if you go to the Caribbean, most of the rice in the Caribbean is from Guyana, right? Guyana's main crop is sugar. That crop is so big and worth so much money that Guyana owns sugar plantations and production. It's owned by the state. It's owned by that country. So you have sugar, you have cocoa, you have a whole bunch of other things. Guyana has a lot of potential. Like less than half of Guyana is occupied by people, except for the Native Americans in there, the Amerindian people there, right? So it has a lot of farmland, has a lot of potential, but Ali has to really look at this with a very fine tooth comb. But that's pretty much it. I'm curious to hear what everyone else has to say.
Wait, Kobe, before you go though, culture, education, Afro-Native, in the chat, he had brought up a prompt. You weren't here that day, as he mentions here on the screen, about is Guyana a good country for Black people to migrate to, not just from the U.S., but anywhere in the hemisphere, especially considering what you just said. It has a lot of farmland, it's underpopulated. Would you say Guyana is a good place for Black Americans and Black diasporans to go to?
Yes, because right now is a little bit more Indians than Black people. They had one time a couple of years ago, they had some Haitians that wanted to come over to Guyana, some Haitian refugees or whatever, and it was like a question. I'm like, what you mean it's a question? Bring them over. Like, what the hell is your problem? Like, what's stupid Koulibaly telling you not to bring over some Black people? If an Indian man come from New Delhi or something like that, they're not gonna have a problem with that. No, bring Black people in here. Bring Black people in there because I forgot the name of the news channel. The Guyanese main newspaper was called Kaitor News after the waterfall. Guyana has the second largest waterfall in the world. It's called Kaitor News, and they had contracts going, and it was like some type of ship, and they needed shipping. And at the end of the thing, they're giving the shipping contract to fucking Indians. I'm like, whoa, hold on. You don't go halfway around the world to get some shipping contract to some freaking Indians? You gonna bypass Africa and all that, and Nigeria and all of West Africa? You didn't go all the way over there? Bring me all the Black people. Bring me all the Black people. There's a lot of potential there in Guyana. They open up my nanny that's over there. She said there's we open up a Starbucks. I was like, there's a Star. You got a Starbucks? Yeah, there's a Starbucks, right? I was like, what? So there's a lot. They have their own version of Uber. There's a lot of potential there. That's why I'm trying to go back there as soon as possible. I'm trying to get in on the ground floor. So yes, come.
Yeah, appreciate that, Kofi. Afro-Native World or Culture Education says Madase for that information. So I really do appreciate that. That still leaves a question, I guess I'll ask Buana later on, if this is a follow-up to that discussion. But in the meantime, Black Steel, what say you?
I think this is a problem that plagues many resource-rich nations, right? I think Nigeria has a similar problem around the Niger Delta when they have these multinational oil corporations that come in and extract the oil with no regard for the people who live there or the environmental damage that they do when they extract the resources. With that being said, I think that as African people, when we have these resources and we have these other people come in, they don't really, I mean, they probably pay who they need to pay, but they don't really make any investments within the country, the infrastructure, so on and so forth. So I think this is a problem when the resources are not nationalized or not under the control of the people who live there. And then you have these skilled people coming from other countries. Again, they don't have any investment within that country. They just create the infrastructure needed to extract, right? So this is an example of neo-colonialism in a way, where it does benefit somewhat, but the overall goal is to extract the resources as quickly as possible with no regard to the people there, the damage they leave behind, so on and so forth. So seeing this is unfortunate but it's a common theme that I see across the world, especially, and you don't have these problems in countries that are resource rich but have control over their resources. Like, let me just throw it out there: Saudi Arabia, right? Saudi Arabia had plenty of oil, but they tend to be a little bit more careful about who they allow in their country, how to use their resources. That money is taken and then reinvested within the kingdom, and for all their, they got a plenty. We can talk lots of shit about the Saudis, but I don't see where just having oil wealth improves the material conditions of the people who live in those nations. I think there has to be better, better work being done to protect the people and in the environments. Like he was talking about how it stinks in there, right? Who knows what long-term damage is being done to make a few Chinese people and Shell Corporation and BP fabulously wealthy? We don't know what type of damage is being done. And then what happens when all the oil's gone? What happens when the oil's been exhausted? What happens when there's an oil spill and the water's polluted and the rivers and the lakes and the wildlife's polluted? We just have to be careful when dealing with this type of stuff, because the long-term problems really outweigh the short-term benefits. So I'll go ahead and I'll drop my
Good
comments
stuff
there.
there.
But thank you.
Good stuff there, Black Seal. Appreciate it. Brother Bakari, what say you?
I agree with Kofi. If it's a good place for Black folks to go, African Americans to go, Africans from anywhere, it might be something we could think about. Go get in on the ground floor. That's one. Two, stop giving them people their money just because they can pop up with a restaurant. If you don't go, that restaurant won't stay open. We need to control our neighborhoods everywhere. Don't care where we are. We need to control them. Now, if there's a big oil boom, of course, it's going to be rich people come and people with money. That can be good, but most of the time for us, it's not a good thing. It's kind of bad for us most of the time, because we're not in that position to take advantage of certain opportunities that might show. We're going to have to be careful of the crooks from the outside. You're going to have to be careful of the crooks on the inside. But all in all, it's what we're in position to do. Can we take advantage of it? Can the Black people in Guyana take advantage of it? Can the Black people in Guyana that have a little money and a little influence, can they take advantage of it? And if they take advantage of it, are they willing to help the ones that don't have the money and influence? We have to get past the me, and start looking at us. I know self-preservation, the first law of nature, but if I preserve me and all of y'all suffering, am I really doing any good when my people is just suffering that way? So it's going to have to take a team effort. It's going to take a team effort for us to be able to do anything wherever there's a boom or economist or something going on. But that's my take on it.
Appreciate that, Brother Bakari. Let's welcome in our brother, Real Black Gentleman, RBG. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Yes, sir. RBG, this follow-up discussion, you saw that video with the guy showing us around Guyana and the pros and the cons, I guess. What say you to all of it?
I would I definitely think that, I mean, as far as like Black people in this country, like, yeah, I mean, I think that we should definitely go and meet other Black people and other strong Black nations that are around the world. I definitely think that. I kind of stepped away, so I didn't really see the video. I was thinking about go back and watching it real quick. So can I do that? And then can you call me back? Can you pull me up, after someone else? I'm not sure. I just have to, I missed it. So I don't want to really speak on it.
Yeah, I got Buana still to speak on it. Buana, what say you to it?
Yeah, so I have an idea for Guyana, and Kofi is right. Imran Ali, the Prime Minister of Guyana, he is a smart dude. He's a very young dude. I think that he is in our age range, very young dude, and he is a smart man. But if I was him, here's the suggestions I would see. The first thing I would do is to ensure that I have stable internet access. Stable internet access is a key thing to ensuring that you are connected with the world. That's the first thing I would do if I was the Prime Minister of Guyana. The second thing is to show up my international
Have a
banking.
data center. They invest the money in a data center, for IT, and they're
I'm going there, Kofi. I'm going there. So like I say, the first thing I would do is to make sure that my internet is stable. So Kofi, you could speak on after I'm done, and let me know where I'm off. So I'd make sure that's stable. So the next thing is to make sure my international banking is stable. My international banking, meaning that anyone who comes from an outside, I have the ability to access banks all over the world. I'm connected, okay? So I can transfer my money with the ease of doing business. The third thing I would do is make sure the ease of doing business is good. That's the third thing I would do. Then me personally, I am going to Kofi because he has dual, I think he has dual citizenship. I'm not sure. Because I'm going to him, I'm saying, look, Kofi, I'm trying to open up exactly what he just mentioned, them call centers. Because if I'm able to open up a call center in Guyana, I'm approaching, and forgive me, my socialist brothers, I have my capitalist hat on right now. Because I'm approaching these financial or whatever institutions in the United States, him being an American citizen, saying, well, listen, I have call centers in Guyana. I could hire Guyanese labor. Kofi being a Guyanese citizen, he could hire Guyanese black labor. They speak English, just like any other person. Maybe with an accent, but they do speak English. So I am able to employ them to work inside my call center. So I am gonna undercut. Well, maybe this may be a bad thing, but I'm trying to undercut the call centers in the United States. But I'm trying in terms of pricing. So I'm gonna make sure all those three things are there. So when I open up my call center and hire Guyanese labor, in terms of fielding calls and doing whatever I need to do for the financial institutions or whatever kind of other institutions that exist, what I mean? I am able to pay my people. And they should be able to do what they need to do. Also, too, let me add to that. With Kofi being the front man, I am also going to be able to hire African American expertise. All I would need to do is pay for their, what do you call it? What do you call it when an American person works somewhere else? A work visa. So they will be able to come down in Guyana and say, well, because Kofi is paying for it, because he has a call center here, and they'll be able to look around and say, well, what other opportunities can we do inside Guyana? What other enterprises can we do inside Guyana? Because the Guyanese diaspora, in terms of black Guyanese diaspora, is not only in America, they are also in Canada as well, and in some parts of the UK. They have expertise in whatever professions they would have learned in these countries. And it's opportunity because, as Koku said, Guyana is very undeveloped. It's underpopulated. That's what it is. Underpopulated. So there's a reason why the Chinese is flooded into that country. They're not flooding into Haiti. They flooded into Guyana because they see the oil opportunities that could possibly exist there. So there should be, when Yahoo was first starting up, who would have known that Yahoo would have developed into the enterprise that existed in? Now, Guyanese, it seemed to be a very oil-rich country. So it would be intelligent to get on the ground right now before all the others come in, because they come in. If the Chinese know better, and the Chinese sending Chinese labor there, and the Cubans, the Cubans really just they're trying to make some money, and the Venezuelan understand, they do understand the oil industry, but they don't have the same kind of access. I'm using people who have a foothold in the ground to get my shit started in Guyana right now. I would do that. I would try to do that. You know, and I don't think it would really take a whole lot of money, but as long as the infrastructure is there, in terms of Imran Ali, making sure the infrastructure is there, internet access, the ease of doing business, and the ease of international banking, I think it'll be beneficial for that country. And I think that you could make realistic the idea of people from the Black diaspora coming from all over the world and trying to do something there, because it's like the Wild West before everyone came in and bought off everything. So I think the opportunity is absolutely there, but I'll leave it there for RBG to go.
Yeah, I don't know if RBG is done watching the thing. He said give him a minute. But so Buana, this was a follow-up to that prompt, I guess, that Afro Native had brought up about.
Yeah, I was just trying to build on that oil question, because like I say, it's interesting that the Chinese are flooding into that country. They're not coming there for nothing. They know money is there. That's why they come in there. They're not flooding into Haiti because the Chinese are not, they're stupid. So I'm saying if the Chinese see something, and also let me also say this too. India is a country where people live in they living on top of each other. Guyana is a very spacious country because it's so underpopulated. So Imran Ali has a question. He say, well, I could import skilled labor like we did in the past from India to come here. Or if it's because there's a void in Guyana, a void in skill set, a void in terms of labor. Or if I have another opportunity, if I have another option, maybe I may go with that. But ultimately, at the end of the day, his name is Ali. But he can take some kickbacks from Black folks who present him with an opportunity and say, listen, we can make some money together. Let's try it. Let's try it. But the people have to be hungry for it. And like I say, there's Guyanese skilled labor all over the United States and in Canada as well. I've seen them. I witnessed this myself. Kofi is one of them. So the brothers them in these places need to want to take the kind of risk in approaching the government and saying, look, this is what we want to do here. But you must do these things for us first. And then through that could be the introduction of African Americans, Caribbean people, and all other people coming in through the people who Kofi would introduce and say, well, listen, I'm Mr. Ali. We have Mr. Buana Aguziki here. We have Mr. Kofi here. We have Mr. Bakari here. He does these kinds of things, and here's how he can help your country. Of course, you're going to have to give him a little kickback. That's how I work in the Caribbean. But Kofi is really the funnel through in which you could get others to come and try to take risk and try to develop that country. And you have another opportunity to make more money. You ain't just making money in America now or Canada. You're making money in the Caribbean too. You know, but it's just my opinion. Just my opinion. You know?
What you're saying is perfectly fine. When I go down, you gotta go against Guyana's mantra. You gotta go against many people. The Guyanese mantra. Many people, one nation. There's no, because Guyana is a multicultural thing, and they say, "Oh no, one Guyana." Bullshit. Pan-Africanism has to be reintroduced there. What Forbes Burnham did, right? Walter Rodney, all the sacrifices that they made. We need Black African Guyanese people there yelling that at the hilltops. The only people that's not gonna like that are probably some coon-ass Black African Guyanese, the Indian people, them, and all those other people. Why? Because they know if it wasn't for us, they wouldn't be here. If it wasn't for us, they would not be here. They weren't around during when we were occupied by the Dutch and kicked the Dutch out. They weren't around over time when the English was here. We kick out the English. When we fought against slavery and we were still a colonial power of the British Crown, they went and they got some Indians. And they rode on our coattails to get the freedom that we have, the independence that we have right now. So, Buana, your plan is perfect. It's excellent. But this mindset from look, I'm from Guyana, but I haven't been in there in the trench, literally, as they would say, right? I have not been there, but I know what the mantra is. I talk to people in Guyana, and I know how does I have family, have relatives go there. That mindset is, oh no, these Guyanese too, you know. Oh, guy boy, don't do that. Oh, he's an Indian, and I have family that's married Indian people. You know what I'm saying? So it has nothing to do with hate. It has to do with getting what is your birthright.
Kofi, I don't need you in Guyana. Here's the thing. I don't need you in Guyana to be on the ground to know everyone you know. You are the son of the soil, okay? So through you, I have access because your name is known in your name is known in Guyana. You were the son of the soil. You was born there. So I'm gonna use you. And first of all, the whole idea of the Pan-Africanism. Let me tell you something, brother. Let me tell you something. The reason why Catholics run many of these Caribbean countries and South American countries is they use things like the Red Cross. The Red Cross will never say that I'm a white nationalist organization. You know? The Red Cross, first foremost thing said, we come in here to provide medical aid and supplies and support. And with the introduction of that, then the ideology comes after that. So I'm saying that in Guyana, if you are able to provide jobs, right? If you are able to provide jobs and opportunity, everything that comes along with the institution you have created comes along with that. We're not going to come out and say we Black power. We don't have to say that. We are presenting opportunities for people and feeding people. And within those institutions itself, you say, well, this, you know, eventually people gonna realize that this, because the Indians don't say it's Indian power running Guyana. No, Imran Ali don't talk like that. He say one people, you know, which is nonsense because only one people have the majority of the wealth. So he comes and say, well, we really want to do for the country. But if you look at the contracts and who getting the contracts, it's the majority Indian people. So
Exactly.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. So when you giving these jobs out, like, give some to Ravi Prasad. They're like, all right, Ravi Prasad, you just hold on there, man. Right? I'm gonna give it to Jerome Johnson here. You know what I'm saying? It's a game that we have to play that that everyone's playing. Everyone know what the game is, but everyone's pretending that that's not the game. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you're gonna have to do it in a covert way, but eventually everyone knows. They see too many Black people getting together and stuff like that. They're like, oh, guy, all right, they're coming now. So to me, yes, you can play coy, but the jig is gonna be up. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to go there this in the next month or two, and link up with some people that I know that's been there for forever, right? That have a lot of influence, and see like what we got to do. Because even people in my family, right? My grandmother had 9, right? I got some of my uncles are like, Guyana different. No, me don't know anything about that. And I have some of them like, nah, we need to go back to realize our birthright. So yeah, I'll definitely gonna plan to go there, and I'll definitely gonna let you guys know how it goes. But Buana, yes, you're right. You're right. That is a good plan.
Is RBG ready to join this discussion?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm glad I watched it. I just want to say I would say that Guyana is a strong central location as far as Black people right on the coast. You know what I'm saying? It's good to have good coastal territory. It's good to have that good like foothold on a whole continent, right? So in terms of just the population balancing of, you know what I'm saying, the black peoples wherever, especially in the Western Hemisphere, those in the United States, those in the Caribbean, having a foothold on a continental, level is always a positive thing. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now, having watched that video, right? These are the things, you know what I'm saying, black countries, you just got to be careful of, because it's one thing to have a resource, it's another thing to be able to use it. If Dangote in Nigeria, right? Billionaire, entrepreneur, grower of stuff, concrete guy. He does rice. He built an oil refinery in Nigeria, which, when he actually did that, I was like, so just like, wow, because I was talking to myself, I'm thinking like, damn, Nigeria is like, you guys don't have an oil refinery. I may have said it like, build one. If you can build one, you can build two, because there's people who work on the refineries and there's people who build them, and there's just a difference. We can't have resources and just say, well, we have it. I guess if you guys come and drill it, if you give us a little bit, that's all right. That's not the play, man. That's a real lame play. It's better just to say, we ain't gonna do nothing with it and step up off of it and like quick, fast, in a hurry, get some infrastructure and some people with some ambition to actually attempt to do it in a way that it can be secured by peoples. You know what I'm saying? Seeing all those stores, seeing all the Chinese, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't take much. There's only like, the people in the store, but naturally when you have that storefront, that space, that real estate, then you can easily, make yourself seem bigger than you really are. You have one store here, one store in the next city, and one store, you know what I'm saying? You might have 10 stores in a wide area, and it seems like, oh, they're everywhere. When you have people who say, well, we need money because, you know what I'm saying, our economics are bad. We just need money. Of course, nations need money. They need financing. It's, this is the modern world. You have financing. You just have it's not a good thing to have all these foreigners. And I mean, it just makes black countries that much more contested. I mean, I don't know if, please answer me. Is Guyana a majority black country? I wish I knew off the top of my head, but is it?
Yeah, it is. It's mostly blacks and East Indians. There's a little bit more East Indians by 2-3%, but some of them people, you have a lot of mixed people going there. There could be a person that's half East Indian and half black, and you think they're
like
black. They probably consider themselves East Indian.
Like India or like Malaysia. Like when we say East.
So the real quick history of Guyana is that it was a Dutch colonial country, right, under slavery.
Yes.
So when black people won and they fought for their freedom, they won freedom, there was still a colony when slavery was abolished. So the British still needed cheap labor. So what they did at this time, India was a colony. So what they did, they lied to these poor Indians and say, hey, look, if you come work in Guyana, Fiji, a couple other places, Trinidad, a couple other places like that, they hired them as indentured servants. But what they did, they weren't planning to pay them at all. They never paid them. So that's how East Indians got in Guyana and Trinidad. Guyana and Trinidad are the two Caribbean countries that have the highest concentration of Indians. And when it comes to Chinese, the Chinese came there much later. On my birth certificate, a Chinese doctor delivered me, Mr. Chin. So there was always Chinese there. Like there's Chinese cuisines there called on chow mein. It's a different version of lao mein. My wife is Panamanian. They Chinese in Panama too, and they have something called lao pa mein. So they have their cuisines in there too as well. But go ahead, brother.
Okay, I appreciate that. Would you say that Guyana is like? Is Guyana one of the blackest countries in South America? Would that be?
No.
Is that
No, it's extremely multicultural, but it's the highest concentration of the largest ethnic group are black people and East Indians. You have Chinese people there, you have Portuguese people there, and you have the Native American population there as well.
Okay. So it's okay. Again, I would say, like you said, I would encourage Africa, a greater Africa, and greater Africans to invest in a place like Guyana to try to beat out the because obviously it seems like a free for all. You know what I'm saying? If wise African leaders can put some of their coins into the pot to, instead of letting other people, there's ways. You don't need a whole bunch of people. There's planes at this point. You just, set your business up, your peoples, right? Okay, set your coins up. I'm sure I'm sure that the investment environment there is a lot better than in America. You could probably go there with a lot less money. I just saw that. I saw the video. I'm just thinking like, it's like, this is like, when foreign corporations like run havoc on black people and just it's something that it has to be checked. And like I said, I don't want to repeat myself. I said what I said. It's sad to see so many other peoples are able to move around the world. I mean, China is different because there's like, there's so many excess Chinese that it's just it's kind of nothing for them to send a couple people everywhere, right? But when you're talking about other countries, you know what I'm saying? I see it. I see that there's opportunity there. You know what I'm saying? There's a good foothold in another continent. And I think that's how Africans should look at it. I'm gonna pass the mic. I actually have to go, but I thank you for letting me speak.
Appreciate that, RBG. We were talking about Guyana in terms of oil, but one of the just as big reasons that China has an eye on Guyana is because of all the farmland. China is very big in the Caribbean on trying to acquire land for food security. And Guyana, it's known now that Guyana could feed itself and most of, if not all of the Caribbean. It has that kind of potential. So it's something that we definitely need to keep our eye on and try to build up as well. Good conversation there. This next conversation, Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. It's going to be a little bit of a doozy, I think, but we'll make our way through it. If you've been on Twitter recently, you've seen this phenomenon, this event that happened, and we're going to discuss it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. Last week, we discussed that this was only a social media problem, but this is much more of a global problem. Are you convinced now? So this prompt is referring to is last week, I read an article talking about the alt-right you never knew existed, which was black women. We had a very spirited conversation around that last week. So now we have something else to kind of delve into. Let me find the first attachment. So this prompt number 3, comes with several attachments because it's that much going on. Let me make sure I share my you guys so you can see what's going on. Yeah, there it is. So this is a prompt from Albert Nat Hyde. It says Russian man who visited Ghana shares videos on his page about how it was able to have these women in his bed shortly after meeting them. Are Ghanaian women this cheap? Bonkers. Let's watch the first video here.
Okay. This is my kitchen.
Okay.
You live here?
Yeah, I work here.
Work here. You live far from this place?
20 minutes.
You want after work go home?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm here. I'll leave in the morning.
Ah, okay.
Just a moment. I'll be with
Yes, yes.
Mind come in?
Microwave. No. Are you married?
No.
How old are you? What?
How old do you think I am? I'm 32.
32. You look very younger.
Everybody says that.
Hmm. Well, okay. 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 Later. Later, please. I would like to know you better, know you more, because I like how you look.
Okay.
You look very, very good. Oh, hello. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Come with me. I show you. I show you how I live.
Okay.
This is my room.
Okay.
This is my kitchen.
Okay.
You live here?
Ah, yeah, I work here.
Work here. You live far from this place?
20 minutes.
You want after work go home?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So I'm here. I'll leave in the morning.
Okay.
Okay. I'll see you again.
Sorry, can you help me? I can't turn on the mic.
Just a moment. I'll be with you.
Yes, yes.
Mind come in?
Microwave. Oh. Okay. Later. Later, please. I would like to know you better, know you more. Okay? A little more. Because I like how you look.
So let me try to get through these. I played that twice because I saw in the chat it was buffering. Streaming these video playbacks put some strain with all these tabs I have open on the computer. So that's why you get some of that stuff happening. Let me try to share these attachments quickly before the whole thing just crashes. Well, I suppose I can have to one quick second, but immediately I'll tell you something. I was repulsed by that first video. That's the first one I saw as well. And the sister actually reminded me of a woman I know in America, and I guess that might have helped or aided in my being turned off by the whole thing. So let me try to connect this again. I'm going to connect it again and try to get through these a little bit quicker before my computer completely just shuts down. So this is the second attachment. This attachment is from W. Bing. It says ATP, I guess at the present. I think the Russian guy uses juju. Ghanaian and Nigerian pastors need to look into this because she was clearly not interested. Let me play the video for you.
Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro. Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay, there it goes. Trying to share the next video. Like I said, there's a couple attachments to this just so we can get the full idea of what's going on. W. Bing says, so you meet a Russian guy in the afternoon, and by evening you're already in his hotel room? Why are African women full of gold diggers? This Valentine must be canceled in Ghana. So let's see what this video has. All right, just see where StreamYard said my audio just dropped. So just bear with me through these technical difficulties I'm experiencing here. But let me share my screen again. Yeah, so this is the tweet that the guy says at the present. I think that this Russian guy did some kind of voodoo or something here. So this is the encounter that they're referring to.
Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo da canção. Batuque brasileiro. Batuque brasileiro, na roda tem pandeiro, bate meu coração no ritmo.
Hi, you live here?
Yes.
Where? Work here. What's your name? Esther. Where you go? Home. I would like to see you today.
Me today?
Yes.
Today? At where?
I live here.
You live here?
Yeah. Your name?
Esther.
Esther. How old are you?
I'm 26.
26. Okay, I am 30. Okay, have a nice day. Which is Lad? Okay, Lad. L-A-D. Lad.
Lad.
Yes.
Скоро станет ночью темною без снов, а недолгий вечер, станет ночью темною без снов. И снова седая ночь, и только ей доверяю я. Знаешь, седая ночь, ты все мои тайны. Но даже ты помочь.
So just continuing down the attachments here, we have about 2 more after this one here. This attachment is from the Nairobi Times. It says a thread of the Russian guy in Kenya, and you see some of his, some would say, victims. You see here, I'm not going to play it, but you see here, he actually showed up in a church and sat next to a pastor's daughter. I saw this video. If you are friends with me on Twitter, you could watch some of this on my page. But he actually showed up in this church, talked to some of these young women, sat next to one of the girls who happened to be the pastor's daughter, and then the pastor comes up to him in church and is like, "Well, are you going to marry? Do you want to marry her? She's a good catch," and all this type of stuff, right? You know, apparently this is a much more mature woman. He's you know, really. I think there was like 800 videos in total uh that he posted of these.
Is it just me, or I don't hear anything?
No, I think that Coco went out.
They trying to get my
My
man taken off the internet for telling the truth.
yeah. Nah, my bad on that. I didn't realize I didn't have sound. That's crazy. I'm trying to work through this technical issue, but I hope I wasn't quiet for too long there. Did you guys hear me talking about the different threads of different things he was doing with the
Yeah, we get the point, Coco. We get the point, bro.
Well, Buana, it's not me who posted it, bro. It's someone else posted it, and I'm trying to give it its justice, right? I guess someone says this video is almost a year old, but I just want to remind you that girls aren't just in your city or country, but also in other countries like Africa. And if you're a white man, you'll be much more in demand there. They're interested in trying it with a white man. It's not always for money. And I saw that comment just now in the chat. Money is a part of it, but it's not always for money. Let's try to get to this one last one. If possible, this will be the last prompt. Maybe it's not working. Anyway, how many of you in the chat, just drop a 1 for me. How many of you saw this story as it appeared on social media this past week? I'll get to the comments in the chat in a second, but let me start with my boy Black Steel on this one. Black Steel, let's see.
Well, you know, me and you were kind of going back and forth on X with this topic. Man, I'm gonna piss some people off tonight, but that's all right. And I had my crown. I'm ready to go. Anyways, let me say this. Whew. The common denominator is whiteness, right? These people, we have to understand the image of the white man, the white woman in the black person's mind. I'm not gonna make this gender neutral. I'm gonna focus on the sisters tonight because they embarrassed themselves tonight. They really this was an embarrassment to see, right? These women are not hoes. These are not prostitutes. Some of these women were married. Women had families. Some of these women had girls. We have to understand something. I got a white friend. I used to, go to school, whatever. And we was out at one night at the club. Let me tell you something he told me. Black girls are easy. Quote. Watch me. Right? This is a fact that I have seen. the things that will get you as a black man turned down, as a white man, you will get it. Because whiteness has the ability to erase all type of manner of imperfections, sins, whatever, right? I've seen black women go out with white crackheads, okay? Drug dealers. Remember that one white dude was in, I forgot where he was, up north, and he got HIV and was spreading all them black women? The reality is, right, many black people value whiteness. And as a combination, many have low racial esteem. This is something that we really have to deal with. That the mental side, that the indoctrination and the constant reinforcement of blackness as a negative makes people value and seek whiteness. It is not just black women, right? It is women of all races. But we're talking about black women tonight, okay? We're talking about black women tonight. The fact this white man could go to Africa, not just Ghana. He went to multiple countries, and he's just racking up bodies. He's putting up Wilt Chamberlain numbers on women, on bodies, right? These women don't know this man, but the fact that he is white, right? He is seen as something to aspire to, right? We have to kill the white supremacists in our minds before we can do anything, right? We have to destroy that cracker that lives within us. And he's a strong cracker, because look at this, all right? This white man is going, hey, I like you. And he's not even using no game. He's not even trying to, as the kids say, riz him up, right? He's just saying, hey, what's up? You want to go back to my room? And his whiteness ignores, it basically counters all of his imperfections, right? It's not about them having consensual sex. We understand that a black man in that position would never be able to do that. I like comic books, whatnot. A couple of times we went to, my friends and I, we've been to comic book conventions and whatnot. And we go around, people dress up as superheroes and whatnot, taking pictures and whatnot. There's a black girl, she had blue hair. And a friend of mine, he said, hey, come here, hey, my mama, hey, little mama, I like your hair. Who you supposed to be? Because he didn't know who she's supposed to be. She turns around and with the most, fuck you, motherfucker, just goes off on him. And then she runs to her white boyfriend. Now, mind you, the same black people who would criticize you for being into that sort of thing, for a white man, it's okay. White men are given passes that a black man would never do, because the white man's whiteness values him, because in their mind, him being white makes him valuable. He's able to give her access to a better quality of life. Remember not too long ago, that girl became a whole series talking about the Danish deception. She was saying she met some Danish prince, and she took him to Nigerian. Like, she took her family. She was Nigerian, and he met her family. He's borrowing money from her family. Now, we all know, had that been a black man from the U.S. or from Jamaica, he would have never been able to do what that white Danish man was able to do. Never. Okay? Because they value his whiteness, right? Because let's be honest, and if Cheryl was here, she would agree with me. The acceptance of Christianity, right? Christian values, mentally, you see the white man as God, right? When you see a picture of Jesus, you don't see a black Jesus, you see a white Jesus. You connect this in your heart spiritually. So when you see this white man coming to you and he's blessing you, right, with his presence, his attention, their minds, right? And it's so crazy because when you look at the history, man, the white man has committed the most terrible crimes everywhere. The white man has committed genocide on every inhabited landmass, right? The white man has driven multiple species of animal into extinction. If you look at the Epstein, we know everybody's talking about the Epstein files, right? Who's majority in them files raping kids? White, wealthy men, the same men that these women aspire to. So even pedophilia, The majority of pedophiles, I'm just talking United States, like 70% of 77% of pedophiles are white men. Okay? But yet, all of this can be forgiven because he's white. Because he's a white man. Because he has a ticket to paradise, right? It's crazy when you say this, and we see this with our own eyes, and people still want to deny it. We got to kill that white man inside of us. And unfortunately, a lot of our sisters is too far gone. That's what the whole divestment thing is all about. To separate from the black community, to flee from Blackistan, as they say, as if the European is not the author of the problems of the black community. They want to ignore that and go sit up under some white man's nuts like it's going to make things better for them. These people are not loyal to their race, they're loyal to their feelings, and they're loyal to their desires. And they'll start the entire black community to get up under some Russian white. We don't even know this man has some type of STDs. We don't know if they was using protection. We don't know none of that. Again, these women, some of these women had children. Some of these women are married. He's picking up hoes. He's picking up the regular, and you can't. And let me say this too: he couldn't do this in Russia with white women. He couldn't do this in fucking United States. He can do this in Canada. He can do this in Germany. But he can go to Africa and do this. And the fact that you have other black people, if not co-signing it, right, making up excuses for this behavior, man, we got a problem, man. We got a real big problem. We're never gonna be free physically if we can't kill that white man in our minds mentally, right? And I can't think of who said this, but I remember somebody said that the one of the functions of colonialism is to turn the world into the white man's brothel, right? And we can see that every time. And this is a good example of that. They have turned the world into the white man's brothel. All right. And this is a key result of low racial esteem. I don't know how to solve it, Coco. I wish I did. Some people are gonna have to go away. Dr. Umar said for good. I don't really care for Dr. Umar, but he was a broken clock is right at least twice a day. Okay. When he said some people gotta go away for good, they gotta go away for good. All right, because you have internalized white supremacy and white ideology so much that the minute a white man came around and gave you a crumb of dick, he was ready to jump on it. So I'm gonna leave it there. All right. I'm sure you may fight with me, but I'm ready for the smoke. Let's go.
So let me give him the smoke then. Let me give him the smoke then.
Go ahead.
Let me give him the smoke then. Because I'll tell you why these, see, I didn't see the videos because I don't be on social media like that waiting to see. To me, them women look like prostitutes, right? That's what I thought they were. Now watch this. He showed the women that received what he was saying. You don't think it was no black women that told him no? I see white men hit on black women all the time. No. I was asking for phone numbers. No. To act like black women just want white men, but to say to get them out your mind, you can't get them out your mind because you think they supreme. That's why y'all keep screaming white supremacy. Black Steel and everybody else on the panel. That's why y'all use that. You think they're supreme. So if your man think they're supreme, why wouldn't your woman think they're supreme? But back to this video. Those women look like prostitutes. The lady from Uganda called one of my homeboys the other day. Would nobody know these women were prostitutes if you see him? Asking him to introduce her and four of her friends to some African-American men so they can get married. You wouldn't know they was prostitutes if you met them. I know they're prostitutes because I know him and I know the backstory about these women. But to think every black woman said okay, it is no racial esteem for us to think all of our black women just said, okay, and gave some white boy some coochie. He probably had more. Let's say it like this. I look at it like a business. One yes beat out 50 no's. So he showed his yes, but didn't show his no's. And for trigger happy to say it's the majority of black women, you are right. We don't have racial esteem. We do not have racial esteem because we can think our mothers and grandmothers and daughters want to be with somebody white. Our sister, the only reason that they were with someone black because somebody white didn't approach them. You are correct. It is a problem with racial esteem. And I would still say some of those women were hoes. He can say he didn't pay any money. He can say whatever he want to say on a video. But if you go through that video, the way those, I don't know if y'all ever talked to any hoes or not. I don't know if y'all ever talked to any prostitutes. But if you talk to a prostitute on the street, the reaction he was getting is the reaction you're going to get. You're going to get the same reaction. I don't know if y'all ever been cool with any prostitutes. I had a couple prostitutes I used to hang out with. I didn't care about them being a prostitute. That they coochie. But the reaction he was getting, the reaction the women was giving him, to me, I don't know if they were prostitutes or not. When I talked to Koku and told him I saw the conversation he was going back with some dude on Twitter. What did that black man say? White people are superior. Ain't that what he said, Koku?
Absolutely.
Ain't that what the black man said? White people are superior, so you should not be upset because your woman won't one. That's what the black man said. I didn't even know what the conversation was about because I didn't even watch the video till now. And those women look like prostitutes. So if a white boy say, I didn't pay any money, the black men just run with it. Well, he ain't had to get him no money. How do you know? And I'm just saying, to me, from my anecdotal experience of dealing with prostitutes, being cool with some, because I ain't never went out and bought nothing like that. But anyway, whole nother story.
Mm-hmm.
But just dealing with prostitutes and being cool with prostitutes. Those women, majority of those women, their reaction was prostitute reactions. Just like I said, just like if my homeboy had to introduce y'all to those women from Uganda, none of y'all would have known they were prostitutes. They didn't want you to know because they were looking for a husband. But he knew, and I knew, and he wouldn't do it. But I'm just saying, you don't know. And just because that white boy say he didn't pay no money, that does not mean he didn't pay no money. So what you are doing now, trigger happy. So whatever the white man say all of a sudden is true. Or y'all have a problem with y'all women. And of those women that he talked to, like the white man, I don't give a damn. I don't want them no way. I don't want no woman that want a white man. But when a black man say the white man is superior, that's why the black woman want him. So you shouldn't be upset with the black woman. And when the black man sit around and talk about how supreme the white man is, you can't just keep it. You can't just say, I'm going to talk about the women. You can't ever just talk about the women or can't ever just talk about the men because it's going to go both ways because it's not a black woman problem. It's not a black man problem. It's a black people problem. It's a black people problem. And I'm not going to start beating up black women because those hoes decided to sell some of their coochie, and I'm going to still say they were hoes, sold their coochie to some white boy. I'm not going to get down on all black women because of those women, whatever countries he said he went to and did what he did, as if that make it true because he said it. But let's say it is true. I'm not going to get down on all black women because they decided to do that. To me, that's crazy. That's asinine. I know a whole lot of black women won't say nothing to a white boy. Black women ain't with a black man because a white boy don't say nothing to them. That what trigger happy put in. The only reason they ain't with them because they don't get approached. Most black women want white boys, they just don't get approached. That's lack of racial esteem. You don't think you're worth nothing. You think your woman wants somebody else. And the only reason your woman chose you because the somebody else won't speak to her. That's not the woman problem that a man is thinking that. That's the man problem right there. I'm just saying.
Me personally, Brother Bakari, I think it's a Russian propaganda video. Me personally, here's the thing. I am not in control of women's body parts. I cannot tell black women what to do with their body parts. The question I have is, can a Ghanaian man go to Russia and fraternize with Russian white women, and by the next day he wouldn't get run out of that country? Better yet, he wouldn't even make it out of the country. You know why? Because the Russian men, Putin them, would make sure he would set an example. He would set it, and see, we living in a black liberal women world right now, where women could determine to do anything, and I ain't gonna talk against women, but I'm saying that if because it's not that like Russian women ain't attracted to Ghanaian men, and it's not that Ghanaian men can't make the same exact kind of video for Russian women, but the consequences are different. Because the Ghanaian man would not be able to even make it out of Russia if he was to make such a video. And here's the thing. I live in a country called Nassau, Bahamas. Nassau, Bahamas is what you call a leisure economy. Brother, women come from all over the world, from white women, by the way, lawyers, doctors, women of big affairs in their countries, American women, judges, and so forth. I can show you train videos where black men who are jet ski workers pulling trains on women, from younger women to older white women, people who consider to be important in their society. Important. I can show you this exact same kind of horrible. I mean, well, what some people consider horrible videos, but porn videos are what white women get up to in these Caribbean countries. No one ever say, well, all the white women are whores and things like that, or they prostitutes and stuff like that. Because when they go back to their countries, they're well respected. No one ever questions it. But I know these things happen on a daily basis when they come to these countries. But we have to put, like I say, the propaganda videos with the Russians. How so-called easy the Ghanaian women is. When I don't, like I say, I don't mean to throw a wrench in things. I don't know if it's a racial thing, because someone said, well, maybe the white women have low racial self-esteem because they try to fraternize with the first dread they see on a beach, and they end up pulling trains with him and his friends on the beach. And you could see videos of this shit. Or see, now it's sexual tourism now. It's sexual tourism when white women do it. But when black women fraternize, it's because they have low racial esteem. You have to be consistent. I don't know. So, like I say, I don't own women's body parts. I don't care to get into what they get into. Me personally, when I was living in the UK, this Arabic Muslim guy was catcalling the woman I was with at the time, the black British woman. And me and him almost getting into a fight. And my woman at the time, she couldn't understand why I was getting so enraged. I'm like, do you think that I would ever be able to talk to any of his women wearing a hijab on, walking down the road? If I was to do something, I would be lynched. He would call all his friends. He would be outraged. Because there's consequences to that thing. So for me, in my mind, it's the same energy. I give him the same kind of energy. You're not going to disrespect my woman, and I'm not going to disrespect your woman. It's all cool. You know what I mean? But for me, on a personal level, I feel like this is a propaganda video, and there should be consequences. I think the Ghanaian government should get him the hell out of that country. or make him not leave. Jail him. Jail him. You know, because for me, this is outrageous. And like I say, I understand we living in a world where women, you know, should operate and they should be liberal and do the things they want to do. But there are some things that's outrageous to our community. You just don't come into a community and do anything you want to do. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. And I don't mean to come off as what is it? People, the sisters call me misogynist, and you say you're telling me how to control my body parts. No, 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 no. It's just I'm saying that you should be very careful about how you carry yourself, especially on video. Because me as a black man, I can never go to Russia and do the same things this man is freely able to do in Ghana. You know, without there being some consequences of it. You know, but like I say, I don't want to rant. I'll leave it there, Koku. Sorry for interrupting.
Before Kofi gets started, because I know he's up next, man. Man, listen, y'all.
No,
We gotta
go
come.
ahead. Go ahead. I'm enjoying the conversation. I really don't have much to add. I'm enjoying this conversation.
We gotta listen, man. We gotta tell the truth to shame the devil, as my aunt would say, man. We got a real big problem critiquing and criticizing black women. We really do. Okay, my mama black, my baby mama black, my sister black, my cousin black. I love my sisters. Okay, but we gotta be honest and keep it 100. Okay, nobody said anything about all black women. Nobody said that. And for that to be even introduced in the conversation is a straw man argument, because nobody said that.
I was repeating what Sugar Happy said in the chat. I wasn't talking about
No one understands. We understand that it's not all black women. It's not even, and we say we don't even know how many it is. But let's be real, right? We understand the image of the white man in the black woman's mind. Okay, there's plenty of black women who ain't gonna. Okay, for example, right? If you look at marriage statistics, right? If you look at the statistics on marriage, most people marry within their race. This is a fact, right? We bring this up often about people marrying outside their race. Most people tend to marry within their own racial ethnic group. But usually, they did a study on some dating sites, the man that is desired the most is the white man, and that is across all racial groups.
I don't agree with that.
But Buana, I'm gonna tell you something, Buana. The number one pairing of interracial marriage in the U.S. is Asian women and white men. Okay, and I don't know how many Asian people you know, right? But they will tell you explicitly.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. When a white man marries outside of his race, it's always Asian women. Black women is the last one he picks.
Black women is the last ones they pick. If you can't bring an Asian man home, bring a white man home. They got a whole thing in Latin America called Blancamiento, right? Mejor la raza, improve the race. How do you improve the race? By marrying a white person. That's how you improve the race. So we can't just act like these things are just some one-off thing that just we never heard of. This stuff goes back centuries, because some people want to escape blackness. And the way they escape blackness is by fucking a white person. And back in the day, a black man couldn't just fuck a white man. Couldn't fuck a white woman. They would literally murder you. The whole goal is to turn the world into the white man's brothel. These black women are just on camera doing it, right?
So Black Steve, please explain to me the white woman dynamic who comes to the Caribbean and whores out herself and does the same exact thing.
But she doesn't marry them. She goes sow her little wild oats, and she goes back into white society like it didn't happen. That's different.
Thank you. It's the power dynamic. It's the power dynamic. See, just like you mentioned how a black man could never go over to whatever country and do that, right? Because it's about the power dynamic. White people, and I'm not saying white supremacy is a thing, but we have to realize that we live in a world that is dominated by whiteness. Okay, well, you may not like it, but if you have a country that literally is bombing your citizens in the ocean and you can't do anything about it, okay, you got the United States blockading Cuba, full of black people, by the way, 11 million people starving it, and not a single country in the world that can stop this. We are dominated by whiteness. Let's just call it a buck. Let's just be real about it. Mentally, physically, militarily. Now that we know the truth, what do we do about it? Well, we got a problem with criticizing sisters. They have no problem criticizing us. Black women will sit on here and shit on black men all day, every day, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. They don't mind it. You hear they say, oh, black men, the weakest links, black men doing it. But the minute we say something about black women, oh, why you talking about this? And fuck them, man.
Kevin Samuels.
You know what? And I understand you say fuck them. I got you. And that's how black men feel about black women. Because a black woman said on YouTube, in ish on black men, I'm not going to turn around and ish on black women. I'm not going to sit there with those black women and ish on black men just because other people is stupid. That don't mean I have to be stupid. They're not going to dumb me down because they chose to say something negative about black men and try to put all black men in a box. I'm not going to turn around and crap on my women. I'm not going to turn around and crap on the mother of my children, my daughters, my sisters, my aunties, because somebody was able to generate a target, to generate an audience on social media and get paid by ishing on black men. So we think we're doing something strong by doing that. But these white folks can come out here and tear up all your shit. And we don't want to do nothing about that. But we ready to fight our women at all times. We ready
Nobody want to fight nobody. I'm not trying to fight no sisters, but we got to call the fuckery out. I'm not trying to fight no women. This is not even an all black woman thing.
Now watch this. Something Bawana said. Don't nobody say nothing about them white women that get dogged out. Like I say, my homeboy, the same homeboy talk about Uganda, and I've said how them Russian women run down black men, be chasing them down. Ain't nobody, you ain't gonna hear none of them just sit there and ish on they women like that, and ain't nobody gonna. But Kofi said, but they don't marry them. So watch this. We're gonna go back to this video, which I think most of those women were prostitutes. And like I said, if you never really had an interaction with a prostitute, you wouldn't understand the reaction. I'm saying this because of my interaction with prostitutes. But anyway, back to this video. Kofi said, but they don't marry the black men. According to the people who watch this video, these black women was married to black men. They just went out and sowed their wild oats and went back. While y'all want to talk about the dead faggot and bring him up, I don't like him either. The same thing I said about him alive, I said about him in his damn death. Because he can sit up there and bring on white women and Latino women on his panel to shit on black women, but black men put him on a pedestal. You damn right I'm going to protect black women. They ain't never had no damn protection when motherfuckers can come kick in your door, snatch your woman and rape her, and the only thing we can do in 2026 is still talk about her. You damn right. Black men supposed to stand up for them instead of talking about, well, they said it about us, let's say it about them. No, to hell with them so-called divestors. To hell with them. I don't deal with them. If that's what they want, go by. You done lost your protection from me. I don't care about them.
Let me add something. Let me just say something real quick. I've been quietly, I've been just listening, but I gotta tell you guys, man, no one is beyond reproach, man. When them white women come and get exposed for fucking these black fellas, them white guys get on their ass about that shit. They are criticized. What the fuck are you doing? We have the right to criticize our women for doing this shit too. Now, whether it was a propaganda thing, probably was part of it, right? But according to Ghanaian people, and I'll trust Trigger Happy on this one because he's from there. According to Ghanaian men, these weren't prostitutes. With maybe one exception, these weren't one of these women in the video, the first video, naturally working inside of a hotel. Like, listen, I'm not one to sit up and try to beat up on women And I'll be honest too. I'm not even trying to beat up on men. We're just trying to get to some straightening out and some understanding. We gotta deal with some uncomfortable truth sometimes. I don't know what the numbers are, but a lot of our women, real talk. I said this a couple of years ago, and some women were in the chat and they never came back. I think one of them said something to Bakari about it, but I stand by what I said then. I'll stand by it now. A lot of our women, I don't know the number, some number of our women will go if a white guy come calling. That's just what it is, dog. Like it is what it is. What are we gonna do about it is the real question. What are we gonna? And we have to have the uncomfortable conversation.
You have to let them go.
I mean, I have an anecdotal experience. I have an aunt. Hold on, let me go real quick. I have an aunt, right? Pro-black, whatever, things like that. Only want to date black men, right? Never married or anything like that. And my reason for that thing is that she's very successful. You know what I'm saying? She has her own. She doesn't need a man for anything financial, right? Just your companionship. And I've seen it in real time where these black men would be very intimidated by what she has. He's like, oh, who lives in this house? Me. Why you need a 5-bedroom house and it's just you? You like, what's going on? You're 5'4". Like, why you need a well, this is what house that I have to put me in a better tax bracket. I have no kids. Da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? You'll see the guy. Hey, this is the guy. Then next family, dinner or whatever. Hey, what happened to the guy? I'm saying to say with all of this, and my aunt's kind of like, because she's a nurse. She was like, I think they had this white guy that was crazy about me, but I didn't want to date him because I don't want to date no white guy. I don't want to date no white guy. You know what I'm saying? I want my kids to be black. After that, after years pass by, you're dating and stuff like that, nothing to be successful. She's like, maybe I should have given that white guy a chance. I'm a little bit regretful. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that to say that there's a lot of women from what I witness and in my life that they're not trying to date white men at all to their so-called detriment. You know what I'm saying? It's not something that like take my wife for instance. When she speaks, sometimes it could be a lot of black people. They're like, oh wow, you speak like a white woman. It's like, what do you mean I speak like a white woman? Why? Because I use proper English and enunciate. Like, how am I speaking like a white woman? You know what I'm saying? So even though these things are being instilled in you, coming from her father's very, very pro-black. You know what I'm saying? And even with those things being instilled in you, my wife was like, let me date a white guy. She never had a desire to do that. My aunt never had a desire to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I think we have to give black women constructive criticism, but at the same time, pretty much be real with what we have to say. And one last thing that Bwana said that's very, very true, especially here in New York, Coco, you would know this. And I've seen this, and it's disgusting. You go on these little, not the bodegas, you go to those Arab stores, right? You'll see these Arab men flirting with black women and Latino women, and they be all hugging on them. And I'm like, what the fuck? You cannot do that to their women. Wearing hijab and their burqa, they'll be in the same neighborhood or be around black people. They will not even look your way. If they do, you wouldn't know because they hide real good. They will be outcast. They'll be ostracized from them. But their men could do that. I'll tell you a real story I saw in real life. While Brooklyn, right? Where I hang out, everyone want to bump into me. If you hang out on the junction on Flatbush, right? On Nostrand and Glenwood. There's a guy that sells books and jewelry there, stuff like that. I hang around with him, Trinidadian guy, right? I have a friend, my Guyanese brother. He's coming from my house as I lived on Glenwood. We're walking. So if you know the corner of Glenwood and Nostrand, there's a lot of Haitian cab drivers there. Me and my friend was coming from my house on that corner. Nice girl come by. All the Haitian men is like, oh, mommy, come. My boy's the man. She knew him. She came straight to him. Arab girl. I'm giving them their room. He's walking. I think he's walking her home. In hindsight, I know now. Now as he's walking her home, they kept stopping by. She kept screaming at him. I'm like, what? What's going on? Like, if they're walking fine and everything's cool, then every 2-3 steps, she screams at him. So finally, she goes away. I was like, yo, what? Like, yo, that chick is fine. Like, was she Arab or something? Like, yeah, she Arab. I was like, well, why was she screaming at you? He's like, bro, she is in an arranged marriage, right? She's about to get married. I was trying to walk her home, and she told me, you know, you cannot walk me home because they don't want to see me with no black guy. And they know what it is because she's for arranged marriage. The guy has money or whatever. At the end of the story, she had to end up marrying the guy. She does a thing on the side right? End up marrying the guy, had a kid with the guy and got divorced. Now she's kind of doing her own thing. You know what I'm saying? We as men have to criticize our women, constructive criticism. You know what I'm saying? See how that Arab woman feels shame, right? Our women need to still feel that same shame when you going out there like that, because I can't do that to your women. Just like, and I commend you on Brana for giving that dude shit, because we can't do that to their women. And I pass the mic.
Let me just say this, damn. Watch this, right? We can get in women shit, like I say, from interaction with prostitutes. In all honesty, they look like prostitutes to me, and I'm gonna hold it. I don't care what nobody say. That's what they look like to me, right? Prostitutes. But anyway, when how about forget about those black women that don't want to be with a black man? But see, we like to beat up on the women. But in that thread, Coco, you should have showed that thread and see what all these black men would have said about the black man, saying the reason the black man was with him is because the white man is superior.
Somebody else a turn.
To see what they would have said then. They would have started talking about how white supremacy work. It would have been because of white supremacy. You should have showed that too, what the black dude said. The black women do it because the white man is superior to the black man.
Yeah, I'll pull that up. I just want to, and I'm coming to you next. Don't worry. I just want to stress though that we got to be able to have the conversation. The conversation can't be one-sided, and this is the real thing I want to say here. We can't be emotional. We can't make these topics emotional. We can't make them about our mother, our sister, our auntie, and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, those are the people around you, and if you guys are solid, I expect the people that you interact with oftentimes to be solid as well. But we gotta talk, like, for example, of the 100% of the black population, how much is conscious? How much is Pan-African Gaviite? Right?
Maybe 5%. Maybe
5%. So there's 90-something% of the women out here, and the men too, but we're talking about the women now. There's 95% of them out here who's gonna do some wild shit because they're not under the rules of some consciousness, some racial self-esteem. And we gotta just talk about it. But not just talk about it to talk about it. We gotta try to figure out, man, how do we change that number? How do we get that number smaller than that? You guys are talking about your cousins and your auntie and them. Yeah, they're the solid people around you because you're solid too. But talk about the average woman you're passing out here in the streets. That area that Kofi was talking about, I know that area. And I know the whole vibes out there. And you see a lot of shit like that. I saw a Jewish guy I forget what kind of car he was in. I saw him drop off a fine ass black woman there by the health food store. Like a fine woman. And he looks at me and gives me a kind of a nod in the sense like, you see that, right? And I'm like, damn.
She paid her rent. She paid her rent.
She paid her rent, bro. You know, how do we stop that? Anyway, I Can Fire. How are you this week?
Oh God.
Number one,
I can find how you
respect to all the people on the panel. Ultimate respect to the host. The Russian guy is not wrong. I like what he did. Nobody should do nothing to him. And nobody should say nothing about him. First of all, thank the Almighty Ra for the internet. Thank the black Nigerian for creating the internet. Thank the Ghana man for creating the fiber optic cable. And thanks for the black American that created the cell phone. And all of that is what is letting out all of the secrets. If France put a foot in Africa, we know now. If America put a foot in Africa, we know now. It's not on the news. We don't see these things on the news, but we know. Because of what? The internet. Now, what went on in Ghana, it's a long time tradition. Feel me? Feel me? But the Russian guy is innocent. He's not a colonizer. So he don't know the behavior of the colonizer. The colonizer would have done it without the video. Because that's what they do over the years. But the Russian guy, he's not a colonizer, so he don't know. He's not trying to colonize nobody. That's why he did it. Because he don't know. You feel me? And I'm glad he put it out, because I'm tired to tell my people that we don't own our women. They don't belong to us. They're just around us because they have to. And they were born out of us. And they have to be around us. But the black woman, the reason why we have to talk about her is because she has a mouth. If her mouth was sewed up, we wouldn't have nothing to say. But she can dictate terms and she can dictate conditions, just like us, the men. You feel me? So why don't criticize her? And she's also powerful. You feel me? Maybe not physical powerful, but she's verbally powerful. You feel me? And she raising children. And those children will take her attributes. These are the things that's necessary to talk about. Now, the black woman is the teacher and the promoter of shit, I forgot that word. You feel me? Yeah, the forgetful word. You feel me? Amnesia. She is the teacher and the promoter of amnesia. The black woman loves amnesia. You feel me? Yeah. The black woman. And all of them. Not one of them, all of them. You go ahead and go speak to the random black woman and tell her you want to speak to her about consciousness, black consciousness, and black upliftment, and black this and black that. Go tell any random black woman that and see if she don't shut you down. See if she don't shut you down right now. Because that type of argument is boring and it's also opposing her. What
Would you say that about Asada Shakur? Fannie Lou Hamer?
Well, no. All right.
You said all black women.
All right. Okay.
Shirley Chisholm?
90%. 90%. You feel me? Listen, the reason why it's like this. It's like this. We the Pan-Africanists have to struggle hard for our voice to be heard in the black world. So actually, most black people are flipping idiots, male and females. Most black people. And I'm talking about even university scholars. I'm talking about teachers, doctors, lawyers, living idiots. Living idiots. Like goddamn zombie type shit. You feel me? And in their actions, you can see they are living idiots. Now, what I want to say is we are a colonized people, right? That's why I say the black woman promotes the forgetfulness. You feel me? We are a colonized people. We have not won anything. Only the Haitians won their freedom. You feel me? But we in general have not won anything. So we actually adapted to the plantation, and the plantation adapted to a modern state. You feel me? So now we're in this modern state of plantationism. You feel me? Which we are like what you call the lady who was a savior of the black people and the Underground Road, where people was telling her they not slaves. So who told you you were slaves? And you feel me? And she had to say if they knew they were slaves. It's the same thing right here, where Jamaicans, a lot of them all cocky, talking about Africa dirty, Africa this, Africa that. You feel me? Let me tell you something. Our black woman is one of the major ones in our communities abandoning blackness. They used to be forced to wear the wigs. You feel me? But now they are not forced to wear the wigs. They are what you'd call they are not. It's like I don't expect black women to take up anything and fight. You feel me? I don't expect that. I don't expect her to have no shield and spear. You feel me? But what I'm talking about is the black woman is supposed to back you. You feel me? It's like we not no warriors anymore. We just some little slaves on the plantation walking up and down. Who is backing the black man? If the white man can come and just go through our community. I mean, these are opportunities that a lot of us in our own communities don't have. We're a random black chick. Oh, what's your name? How old are you? And come with me. How much of us can speak to any black woman like that? And even Ghana, how much men in Ghana can speak to any one of those Ghana ladies like that? You feel me? So they're giving us a hard time in our communities, and they're easy to the white man. You feel me? A lot of us, even the people around us, we still have to fucking scrutinize, because if you're not pro-Africa and dealing with pro-Africa shit, you are a sellout and you are a problem. You feel me? If you're not involved in Africa and you black, that's a major problem. Now the black woman is raising a whole army of men that only cater to her. That's what's going on right now, where you have men will feel as if putting black women in their place, holding them to in regard and holding them to certain standards and discipline. That's an offense. How the goddamn we as men is going to talk about putting down our foot in our communities, and you gonna be telling me about you're offended? Who is the power? Who is the power in the black world? Who is the power? So it looks like we maybe have to show power too. But how we show power is winning this war.
Where's the black woman place? See, that's what I'm talking
anyway,
about.
I'm not talking to you. Let me talk. I'm not talking to you. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is bro, let me talk, man, and be quiet, man. Let me talk, man.
I just criticized black put her in her
and
place.
I'll finish talking in a minute. You can't bully me, bro. Just be quiet. I'm a man. I ain't no girl. So you can bully a girl, but I ain't, stop playing with me. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, yo, be quiet, man. What I'm saying is, we need our women for this war. This is a war. You have Europeans getting all frustrated about the Sahel taking control of their own destiny. You feel me? We need to win this this war, extended war, where we need our continent. We need our continent to be a world power. We don't need our woman to be a distraction. We need our woman to be behind us all the way. We don't need her beside us to take gunshots. We don't need her in front of us to take gunshots. We need her behind us to back us up. You feel me? That's what humanity is for. That's what humanity is. So we don't need our women be longing for another race. And these things is what's going on. We need to get rid of Christianity and infiltrate the education system with black conscious curriculum. You feel me? So we can raise our little daughters with a black conscious mind and our African pride mind. You feel me? That's all I'm saying. Thank you, sir.
Real quick, I just want to touch on the simple mathematics of it. I asked a question earlier. What percent do you think of the black population is conscious? Black still thinking like I'm thinking. He said about maybe 5%. Well, if only 5% is conscious, that means 95% of our people are not standing on race, racial issues, racial self-esteem, etc. So doesn't it follow then that whatever the white guy wants to do, they're going to follow, both men and women? So it's not so hard to conceive the idea that a white guy walks up to some average black women in a black place like Africa and can authorize whatever he wants to authorize later that night, because chances are he walked up to a bunch of unconscious, unserious people. They don't have to be prostitutes. They just not conscious, not racially serious, etc. And they see a white guy come along. And by the way, Trigger Happy dropped some knowledge in the chat earlier about how they're taught in the church and stuff back home about their destiny spouse or some shit like that. Destiny partner.
Yes.
So
Quaker, Trigger Happy can tell you about the white Jesus and how prominent the picture white Jesus is in Ghana. Prominent. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Yeah. So so the mathematics lines up if we being real honest with ourselves. But I fear, and this is no shade to no one, this is just my observation, but I fear that I don't know what it is, man, our relationships with our mothers or something, but we don't like to criticize.
It's colonization.
Hey, Coco,
colonization.
Coco.
Let me say this right quick, Bawana. For me, it have nothing to want to do without criticizing women. But for some strange reason, black men never, ever, everything they say and do is just okay. This guy can sit here and talk about the black woman is raising a child. She didn't make the child by herself. That is never checked. That's why I always check. It's because it's like, it don't make a difference. The black man can do whatever. Let's just blame the black woman. Let's just blame the black woman. The black man.
Stop crying, man.
All right, no one's doing that though, man. I think you're making massive.
Watch this.
Bakari. Now maybe so maybe I can fire is okay. Yeah, he is. But the rest of us aren't doing that.
When was the last time anybody had a conversation about black men? How black women have been failed and black men haven't been in a position to protect them
all the time.
So how is it? So wait.
Watch
Time
this.
out, Bakari.
So if the black man,
This is why we have this conversation, because the minute we start talking about black women, we gotta derail and start talking about black men. We understand.
No, it's this
We
guy.
understand. Listen, we
No,
talk about black men constantly.
it's this guy. It's this guy acting like he got a whole bunch of perfect black women all around.
I don't
Bro,
mind
you can't
criticizing
really
black
talk.
men.
You said all black women, and I made you
Yeah, you
retract
did,
that
bro. You
statement.
really
So
painted
you
all
need
the
to fall back.
with a brush, bro. You really and you do that too.
Yeah, but
you make these sweeping generalizations. You pull numbers out your ass, and then be like,
that's USA.
but that's not what most of us are doing. Okay, we can definitely criticize black men. Okay, and we can talk about that. But we talking about black women now. Let's not get off topic. We talking about I like pancakes. You want to talk about waffles? We ain't talking about waffles right now. We're talking about pancakes. Let's focus on these motherfucking pancakes.
Yeah, but black steel. The bottom line is a black woman can disrespect herself all she wants, but you're not gonna disrespect. No other community of men are gonna start disrespect my black woman around me while I stand there holding my dick in my hand. It's not gonna happen, because the Muslims would never allow you to do it. The Chinese will never allow you to do it. The Russians will hang you from a rope.
Talk about our own.
They will hang you from a rope if you try to do that same goddamn thing. You're not gonna do that, Rami Brethren. You're not gonna do that.
I agree with you, but this is a symptom of a larger problem, which is the bigger problem is the powerlessness of the black race. That is the problem, okay? Because black people are powerless, black people have low racial esteem collectively. I know, understandably, I'm talking to conscious brothers on the platform. I understand that. But as a group, right, black people have issues with racial esteem and powerlessness. We were talking about what's going on in Guyana right now, just a few minutes ago. That is a result of black people lacking power and control over their territory, their mineral rights, so on and so forth. So the fact that the white man can come into a African country and just randomly walk up to women and be like, let me take you back to your home. No game, no riz, no money. Just say, what's up, baby? What we doing? And that's it. And everybody's sitting around like, okay, well, yes, we want to ignore those women. I get it. Those women, you wash your hands of them women. However, and this goes back to the larger issue of divestors. It's not enough that they want to go out and fuck white dudes. That's fine. But if you want to come back and you feel like you want to spread the gospel of fucking white dudes, that's the problem for me. It's not just the fact that you want to go out there, just like with the black dudes who go on the passport bros. If you want to go out and fuck white women, that's your business. But when you want to talk about something, if it starts snowing, I ain't going. No, we don't need that.
Brethren, that video, my bro, that video is showing there is no loyalty in the community for black people overall. That's showing you like the overall. It's not like, it's just a one thing. The amount of women is showing you an overall system that's going on that's not in favor of the black man.
They're loyal to their feelings. They're loyal and white
it's
people.
Not their feeling. It's not their feelings. It's not these women. It's not love. It's Jesus. It's the white supremacy that's inside them. They are also white supremacists. Those women they are white supremacists.
I agree with that. I would agree with you. I agree with you. Oh my
You see me?
I agree.
I'm telling you. So what I'm trying to tell you is, although they black, their loyalty is to Europeans. It wasn't that Russian. It was European. It's not you blaming the Russian, but that goes for Europeans. All them Europeans that you see going to Africa, that's their lifestyle. That's all of them lifestyle.
Do you remember the video of, I think it was a couple weeks ago, about the black woman who was swindled by the dude from Denmark? You remember that video?
Yes.
Okay. So how is it possible to scam a Nigerian? Like they're like the Olympic gold medalist scamming. How are you scamming Nigerians?
300,000. That's loyalty.
$300,000.
That's not love. That's loyalty.
But every black man understands that we could have never done that. I know I couldn't have. We all understand. This white man came up and he took money not just from her family. This speaks to a larger issue, not just the fact that we bringing down Black women, but we got to question the mentality and what that
sounds like
mentality leads
worship.
to. It is worship. It is worship. When you have a country that has more listen, Africa has more churches than Rome, than Italy. Okay, you have places in what country has the most churches per square mile? Jamaica.
I hold up one more thing. The Arab can go into the Black Muslim world and do the same thing.
Because the mentality, the image of God. When you think about
Allah,
because
their God is Allah and Muhammad.
I was Allah. Allah is an Arabic word. It's an Arabic word. It's not about Islam. It's about Arabism. It's about Arabism.
Yeah.
And it's the worship of these people.
Wait, man. Wait. Listen, the religion was set up as an economic scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme. Christianity is an economic Ponzi scheme for Europeans, and Islam is an economic Ponzi scheme for Arabs, and it get both parties rich. The religion alone get both parties rich.
This is a symptom of a larger problem.
So that's the larger problem.
Yeah,
we have a whole bunch.
Go ahead.
I can give some space here, brother. Give some space to the mind to finish his thought over here.
We have a larger problem with the way that we see white people. I can sit up here but the skin bleaching is a part of it, right? The acceptance of white people, we can list out all the atrocities of the European all day, every day, right? But the fact that these people are still desired because the white man has done such a good job. That's what I'm saying. The white man is dangerous, not just on the battlefield, but at the peace table too. He's a master of propaganda. And I think that so many times we don't recognize the propaganda against us as African people. Now, we were just talking about FBA. FBA is a psyop. And you have so many people who are buying into it. And they don't even realize that they're spreading disunity. We're talking about delineation. Remember they just talk about reparations. Now they don't even talk about reparations no more. When the last time you heard FBA talk about reparations? Now they're just talking about hating Black immigrants. We don't understand the warfare against us. And because we don't understand the fact that we are at war and we are powerless people, we think warfare is just dropping bombs and shooting guns. Before the first boot touches the ground, they're already at
and
war.
Also, with the FBAs, our women lose more respect for us because it gets us weaker. When we fight against each other, our women respect us less because we get weaker, poorer and weaker. So if we don't as men decide that we are going to unite and enforce our economical system as Black men, because I'm telling you, you're not gonna get no respect from our Black woman until you give her security. You feel me? And security means even making sure she's in control of herself and control the others.
But check this out though. A lot of these women in the video were married women. These women already had security. These women already were under a man's cover.
No. When I say security, I even mean what they are taught. We are in control of what they are taught. Those women are
children, though. That's the problem. Women are children.
Listen, what I'm saying, those women are Christians. Those women praise the white man every weekend. So that's why the white men have so much power over them, because when they see the white man, he's next to Christ. Why you think what you think is going on? It's not no beauty, because you see them with ugly white men, old white men. No, it's religion. It's the religion. I told you, if in Ghana You go watch in the churches and in their houses, they have pictures of white Jesus everywhere. Like when we had it in the 70s. That's how Ghana is still. They praise the white man terribly, like real, for real.
I
You feel me?
wanna,
Kenya, all of them.
I wanna get to one particular crucial point, though. I'd like to hear you guys' responses to that. What is, because it came up earlier as a deflection. I'm going to label it as a deflection. It came up. What's the real difference between some dreads on a beach in the Caribbean entertaining these white women, getting paid for their time and service, versus what happened with this white guy in Ghana, and who then does it again, I think, in Kenya? What's the fundamental difference here for you guys who believe there's a difference? What's the difference?
I'll tell you the difference. You want me to talk or someone else?
Yeah, go ahead. Go.
Well,
Go ahead,
first of all, the dynamics between men and women are different. You feel me? We as men, as the brethren said earlier, it's a power move. It's all a power move. You feel me? Our women not supposed to be making power moves. It's men make power moves. So we need to make power moves in order to protect our women from other races. You feel me? Because and we as men need to take it serious, because we were enslaved and all of this was ripped apart from us. So in order for this to change, we have to take control. And it gonna mean destroying Christianity. It gonna mean instilling, dictating black loyalty. You feel me? It gonna mean a whole bunch of black dictates, and it gonna mean we gonna have to have power. You feel me? Even power to kill.
Let me interject real quick. You want to get rid of Christianity, right? Which has a male hierarchy, right? But you're going to get rid of Christianity that has a male hierarchy and still implement your own pseudo version of African male hierarchy. If you're gonna replace it with African traditions, right, where the woman is revered and have a place on a council of wise people and decision making, you cannot just shit on black women and say they need to play the background. Black women in West African society play pivotal point.
I like what you said, because that would be the because look, I see a Pan-African lady, a foundation trend-setting Pan-African lady, equally what you'd call her in terms of making decisions and dictating terms also, as long as she's with the it's for black unity and black upliftment. I have no problem with these type of women. You feel me? But she can't do it. She can't tell me nothing if she wearing a wig. You feel me? Because you're not proud of yourself. You feel me? You can't tell me that nothing if you're a Christian, because you don't have no loyalty to blackness. So these things have to be distinguished. Who is equipped enough to be in the decision-making process? And women can also be in it. You feel me? I have no problem with that. I'm just trying to say that our women are out of line. They're doing their own thing. They have nothing to do with the black man. In their actions, they have nothing to do with the cause of, and I'm talking about 90%. You feel me? Have nothing to do with the cause of the black man and the movements of black consciousness and Pan-Africanism and the upliftment of Africa for our safety in return. You feel me? they don't think that way, and they're not thinking that way. The ones in Africa who is colonized and the one who over here who is colonized, they all are the same type of problems. They doing their own thing, and they also making their own decisions.
Now, can I say something
all
right
right.
quick about that? Let me say something, Coco. You say, what's
Yeah,
the
go ahead.
difference? Right? What's the difference? He is okay with a black man being with a white woman. It's about the power dynamic. He just have a problem with black women, man. This dude got a problem. It's okay for the black man. And I understand, because I don't want my
Well, the reason
I
is
don't
the
want
reason why I'm saying that is
I
because
don't
if
want
a woman,
I don't
listen,
want
the
my
reason
woman.
why I'm saying
You're not
that
gonna
is
listen.
if a woman,
I'm not gonna listen anymore.
yeah,
I just heard you. I don't
yeah,
want my
but don't
woman.
refer to me if you don't want me to talk to you, bro. Don't refer to me.
I don't
If you
want.
don't want me to talk to you, do not refer to me.
Okay. You the same guy who said when we go to war, you need to be in the kitchen because you ain't gonna fight on the front line. I got you. So I know where you stand. See, I done had these conversations with you before. But anyway, it's okay for the black man. And that's when I say I have a problem with certain things and things that's said. That's what I'm talking about. You just heard him. It's the power dynamic. So in his mind, it's the Quincy Jones mindset. In his mind, the black man got power if he laying down with a white woman. But the black woman is just horrible if she lay down with a white man. I don't want my woman with no other man. I don't want my woman. I don't want my woman.
Is that what I said?
I don't want my woman with no other man either. But if
You
I
a
can look,
propagandist, man.
but if a man can look at a black man, if a black man can look at a black man and say it's a power dynamic when they with a white woman, why wouldn't some black women have the same mindset? It's power if I'm with a white man.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you, Bakari. I wouldn't disagree with you at all. And
Go ahead.
We agreeing on. I think I'm bringing it back to what Coco initially said about the question about the difference between the black men in the islands dealing with getting, the white women dicking them down. I mean, the white women getting dicked down by the black men, and the black women getting dicked down by the white dude in Russia, right? One, I think they're equally. It's prostitution, no matter how you shape it. Okay, these. Well, I wouldn't say prostitution, right? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but are these white women in the Caribbean that are getting dicked down by the black dude? Are they paying for these black dudes? Or they just walk up to a black dude?
Some of them paying. Some of them paying.
Yeah, they're paying. They're paying.
Some of them are paying. Okay, all right. So it's
It's
not that. So
prostitution.
they want to experience. I think one thing we got to realize that how white people fetishize black people, right? Black people are fetishized by white people. And again, I'm in my anecdotal experience, there's a lot of white men who want to see what it's like, right? They want to see what it's like to be with a black woman. Same thing with white girls.
But
they want to hold on. Let me cook. I'm gonna hand the pot to you in a second. They want to see what it's like. So I wouldn't say it's not there's not really much of a difference, right? The only thing is just that, one white woman ain't going around the island fucking hundreds of black dudes, right? Whereas this one white man was going around Africa smashing all these women, right? So I think it's a matter of degree, but overall I can understand why that. But the problem is this: no matter how much you could put whatever force or whatever you want to do is, if these women want a white dude, they going. And not only are they going, they're going to sabotage you to get to that white man. It's best to just let them go. My issue is not so much they go, but the fact that they feel the need to spread the gospel of fucking white dudes. That's my problem with anybody.
I think they're misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I think there's a big misunderstanding. I didn't refer to the dudes because I even forgot that. You feel me?
I know. I was
don't
referring to what
promote.
Koku was talking about. I just wanted to
Yeah,
address what he was saying.
yeah. I don't promote race mixing. I don't agree with the men doing that. But that's a whole. It's different. It's different. Them men I think is doing prostitution. But I'm just trying to say is when woman is internal, you have to enter her. So it's different. You feel me? All I'm trying to say is, yeah, so what? We want to be selfish and don't want no man to touch our woman. You feel me? So what? It's as if this guy is talking on two sides of his mouth. It's like you're saying that you don't care about the ones that go do their white man. You feel me? You don't care about that. So it's like what? You abandoning? That's an abandonment. I'm just saying that I care about them because we know that's just playing around, and a lot of them you're gonna find them in a creek somewhere.
Now here's the problem
You
with
feel
the I
me?
can fire, and I hear what you're saying, but the thing is, you can lead a horse to
I'm
water. You
just
can't make them. You can't make them drink.
no.
These women are not
I'm not
children.
talking about. I'm not talking about that. I said raise our children in a correct way. You feel me? So they
You
don't
can, but the
become.
thing, this is my point. You can raise them as much as you want to, right? But the minute
No,
they
you
cut on
can't
that
do. You
TV, the
can't
minute
say
they cut
that.
on that TV, the minute they cut on that internet, they're going to be bombarded with images and media that tells them that their blackness is less than.
Yeah,
Right?
but that's
So
what.
you can
But we
teach it
have
at
to.
home all.
But what you can't fall. You can't drop your arms. You have to. You have to. You have
I'm
to
not saying that you
do
drop your
do.
arms. I'm
You
not
have to
saying
do
that.
your due diligence and try to co-opt that. You can't just drop your arms just
I'm
because
not. I'm not dropping my arms.
mediocrity is overwhelming and
No one's saying
colonization
drop their arms, but we have to realize.
colonization is
I can give people some room a little bit. You can't cut a person off, and then every time they say something, you just proceed to talk over them. Give a little room here. We all here to have a discussion. We all want to have our ideas heard. Every week I gotta tell you the same thing, man. It's just some decency. Black, still finish your thought, and
Yeah,
then Buana,
real
go
quick.
ahead.
I don't want to hog the mic. Again, we have to be honest about our position, right? And where we currently stand. And we don't know the number. We can't. If we say we know the number, we don't know the number. We don't know how many black people are involved in this. But we have to understand the overall system of propaganda that exists. And it's really. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying that it's very difficult to do so. You're not going to be able to corral every black woman. You can't put them all in a headlock, make them take off the wig and grow their natural hair. You're not going to be able to do that, right? That's just not physically possible. I'm not saying throw your hands up, but I'm saying we gotta. It's something. It's triage, right? You got to save who's capable of being saved, right? When you go into the battlefield and you see that person been shot multiple times, you can't save him, but you might be able to save the person next to you. But we gotta reach our people, teach our people, and save who can be saved. If you can't save them, let them go, but don't let them come back, right? And I think that's the problem. It's not so much that they do it, but the fact they want to come back and then infiltrate and spread that nonsense. That's my issue. We can't let everybody back in our community. Some people got to be excommunicated, discommendated, whatever the fuck adjective you want to use.
Point. One quick second, Buana. That's an important point that needs to be thought about when we have these discussions. Y'all are quick to say, "Well, let them go." Okay, well, when you let them go, they come back around some of our people and infect them with the same bullshit that they're on. We can't. We have to start putting up some guardrails, some fences here. Sure, you could stay over there, but you can't come back around. You can't come back around and influence our people negatively.
Goku, there's I know Bakar's gonna hate me for saying this, but there's this Jewish dude named Norman Finkelstein, right? And Norman Finkelstein is a very outspoken critic of Israel, right? Do you know this man cannot set foot in the country of Israel? They don't, because he has been outspoken, whether right or wrong. But he has been criticizing Israel and their actions. This man can't come to their country. You think he's gonna let them criticize their country and then come back in their country? And I think this is the difference between people having low racial esteem and high racial esteem.
And you know what? I respect the country of Israel for operating on code. And you know why I say that? Because here's what I say. For the white supremacists, who is going to listen to this play black? And you hear Black Steel and Icon Fire talk about the black women and the situation that they're in. But make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. Whoever white supremacist is going to listen to this panel, there will be black men who will stand to the side and do nothing and say nothing and hold their dick in their hands while women carry on like however they want. Black women, they can carry on, however everyone carry on. But there can be some black men within that group who will not stand for that. And you're going to put yourself in a very vulnerable position if you think that you could go throughout the Caribbean, Africa, and the United States and think that you could treat black women anyway without any consequences to that. There are some black men within our ranks who don't business, bro. We look at the world just like how the Ku Klux Klan look. If a black white man mess, or with a black woman mess with a white man, as a Jewish person mess with some other person, we look at the world in the same way and manner, bro. In the same way and manner. And just as Finkelstein can't go to Israel, these people can't come around us either. Make no mistake about it. And they're going to put themselves in a very vulnerable and dangerous position if they think that they could come into our communities and do what they want. Some of us don't think on that level, bro. So I just want you all to know who going to listen to this playback. We don't business, bro. So, since you don't know who we are, since you don't know who we are, I would say tread carefully. Tread very carefully. Because you don't know who sisters is who aunties is who cousins is who. I'm not saying women can't do whatever they got, but there are going to be consequences. And not all of us think the same, bro. We ain't gonna just sitting around holding our dick in our hand. So, like I say, for the white supremacists who will listen to this particular live, make note of that. Everyone, all of us don't think the same. You know what I mean? So that's all I have to say about it.
In Black Steel, I wouldn't say nothing, but I agree with Finkelstein. What is it, Finkelstein? I agree with him.
Frankenstein, whatever the fuck his name is.
I agree with them. Don't let him back. Like the Candace Owens and the Kanye Wests and all them folks. You're not supposed to let them back, right? But you know, we had when I was in the army, we had a cadence, right? When we run, we would say this cadence: the helicopter coming is hovering overhead. You come to get the wounded, forget about the dead. And it's just that simple. You can't do nothing with the dead. You're gonna say that you're gonna bury the dead. Let the dead, or like the Bible say, let the dead bury the dead. Sometimes, man, we just got to let these folk go. That just something you're gonna have to. Because as long as we are trying to hold on to whether it's, I'm just going to rap with y'all now, trying to hold on to these black women that don't want to be with us and trying to force them to be with you, it's not doing nothing but keeping us from building and moving forward because we are trying to hold on to them. Now, if you want your woman to move like an Arab and a white woman, do what the Arab and the white man did. Beat the shit out your woman. They scared of them. That's why they move that way. They abused. So they are extremely afraid because they know they will get their ass beat. Even in the Quran, that book tells them, if the woman disobeyed the man, beat her until she obeys. That's what happened. So we looking at these women, thinking these women are just loyal to their men because they want to. No, because they want to be. They getting their ass kicked. And that's not us. We don't treat our women like that. But we can say, man, you got to just let them go. Sometimes you got to just let them go.
But also, Bakari, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask because what Brother Bakari is saying, and I still want to hear what Black Steel had to ask or say just now. But it's leading me to my last follow up on this topic for tonight, which is, what if you had seen one of these? I think it was 800 videos that this white boy did. What if one of these women was a close family relative? I'm not going to define which family relative, but since we tend to bring emotions into this thing, what would you say to that relative, that young lady?
Me and
In
that
general.
young lady, I'm gonna tell you, me and that young lady would have hella problems. Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah, but Bakari, that's exactly what we're saying. That's the whole conversation, is what the hell is wrong with these women?
I'm giving it to her. I'm giving that video to her father. We having a family discussion on that shit. All of it. I'm giving it to her mother.
What I was gonna say in response to what Bakari was saying is, when you talk about how the Arab and whatnot beat on their women, right? This is true, but they also have a system, right, that enforces. They have a government. They have a system of laws that helps reinforces that man's power, right? So in America, right, if you beat your wife, call the police 911. You going to jail, right? If you in Saudi Arabia, you beat your wife, she ain't got nobody to call. She ain't call her brother. In America, right? You can sit up here and, you know, especially a black man, you beat on a black woman, she call her brother, she call her dad. They coming for you, right? But in those countries over there, if you beat your woman and she call her brother, he gonna say, well, what did you do? You know, you should have been quiet. Maybe you should. You see, there's a system that's in place. But back to what you're saying, Koku. Say my sister, my sister is very pro-black. She don't believe in she don't even believe white men are attractive, right? But say hypothetically speaking, I got a cousin, you know, who wanted to play in the snow or whatever, or not even play in the snow, who did that what these women did. He met this white man. He said hello. Let's go back to my room, and she did it, right? My mom probably wouldn't want me to do this, but she would be cut, because here you are on camera, not even whoring yourself out, because hoes get paid. You're slutting yourself out for a stranger. For what reason? When you weren't drunk, you weren't high. Why did you choose to sleep? There will be some questions, you know. And we gotta have a moment where, if you out here doing this, I can't fuck with you, and that means you done. And we have a real big problem cutting people off. I understand it. Nobody wants to cut off their loved ones, but we got to be in a position where, if you are a threat and an enemy to the unity, right, you got to be let go.
Look how the Indians behave.
When there was, you know, we mentioned Harriet Tubman earlier, right? There was a situation where she would take people off, you know, and she would leave the plantation, and they want to go back, and she would pull a gun on them. And the gun was for them. She would pull a gun and say, listen, either you go on or you die. Like, you can't come with us. You're not gonna go back and reveal our location, reveal our routes that we use to get out of here. And there's some people who, when she came to get them, they didn't want to go, she left them. We got to understand that some people need to be left behind. Some people can't come with us, you know, in overall in our journey, and in our goal. If black people want to be free, we want to be independent, we want to be have power, our self-determination over our resources and our people. There's some black people that's going to be left behind, and that's just unfortunately how it's going to be.
Can I ask one question right quick?
Of course.
Watch this. Trying to argue about these folks, right? Because my own thing, to me, that's for my interaction. They seem like prostitutes, and that's my anecdotal interaction with prostitutes. I'm just saying that's just my anecdotal interaction with prostitutes. But them women, those people that started this, like last week when Koku read the article from 2022, at the same time the Divesta movement, whatever the hell it was called, was big on social media, right? So then they wrote an article about it, right? Arguing with those women and trying to convince those women What do you think is easier? If we just say, you know what, to hell with those type of people, to hell with them, we gonna move forward with what we have. We gonna move forward with the women that we have, and we gonna move forward and we gonna start building. Or do you think it's easier to continually to argue with those women and think you're gonna change them?
No, but we're not arguing with those women per se. We are really trying to get out. We are really trying to get the women in our sphere to see that and to call that nonsense, or to not be what's the word that blacks still used before, but basically not accept that as the gospel. That's really what the conversation is. I hear y'all every other week. Y'all say let people go. We keep trying to. It's not about trying to hold them. It's about trying to protect. It's trying to protect our people from them.
You saying we trying to protect us and our young ones from people like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got you. Because I was just wondering. Because because I'm just being. I just say that. I just say this is lady, and me and her was cool. And I look up, like I ain't with just she work in a store I go to, and I'm like, we ain't even cool no more. She like, you sitting here flirting with the. She was like, he asked for my number and I told him no. Then he cracked the joke and asked her why. I'm like, nah, but you was doing too much damn laughing. So I seen the next couple of times, you really don't speak to me no more. No, you was doing way too much laughing. I don't, the way you laughing, like you probably, how we gonna be cool? Me, you, my lady, your man. No, you talking.
I'm sorry, my phone, my laptop went dead. I'm sorry, I had to plug it back in. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You talking to, and I'm just being honest, man. That was, to me, that was, but now he asking for my number, and I'm telling him, no, I don't know what the hell you said. You're just doing too much laughing. You got to be stern when you say that shit.
Butter Bakari, I have a little niece. I have a little niece. Now she in college now. I used to look at Venus Williams and Serena and shit like that and say, well, you want to be like these? I'm like, yo, they can't be. No, they're no longer role models. You know what I mean? Even if they was, because they have my niece have her mother's a role model. She's doing, and she have a good husband and things like that. So that's a role model. But I'm like, if you decide to cross that line, I'm like, you dead. You dead to the black. In my mind, it's like these people are no longer role models to look up to and say, well, look at these people. You could one day be great like them. Nah, no way. No way. It's all over now. It's all over now. Candace Owens, all these so-called important people who put themselves out there to be so-called important, wealthy, rich, striving women and things. I'm like, yo, once you decide to say I do, that's done. That's it's all over. It's all over. They no longer can be role models within our communities. Like you say, let them go. Let them go. Goodbye. They're no longer acceptable people in terms of being a role model or people to look up to within our community. It's over.
If you know.
I'm so good. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Bakari.
Have you ever seen Serena Williams?
Yes, she looks terrible.
Oh my God. Oh,
and Buana, I'm so glad you brought this them up, because the whole narrative around them marrying a white dude, right? Both the sisters married a white man, right? And then you hear them say, oh, well, they had to marry a white man because look at how badly black men treated the sisters, right? Look, they call them ugly. And so there's not a single black man out here who call Venus or Serena ugly. They were highly desired and found highly attractive by most black men. You may have found a few outliers who said something negative about them, but most black men found the Venus and Serena to be very attractive women, right? But all of a sudden, black men found them unattractive, and that's why they had to go.
But Black Steel,
Yeah.
the pushback that I've heard from that was that, look, they dated all these guys, they did all these black celebrity guys, and they dogged them out. So, they had to expand their options. I'm like, I wasn't following them like that far as like, who this damn not into that celebrity nonsense or whatever. But that's the argument that I hear when I tell people, I'm like, out of all the men you could have dated, so you dated like, okay, 4 black celebrities or 3 black stories. I don't know. They treat you like trash, so you're gonna go over to Marbury. You know what I'm saying? It's like what? Like I don't understand that.
And then there
Hey
was a
man,
story.
it's the same Kevin. It's the same Kevin Samuels thing. It's like we all have categories, and then you have the black woman don't think they have categories. So every black woman wants the same man. So that's what the bracket they fell into also. They don't the man that want them, they don't want that man. They don't want their type. They want pretty men, some men that has 1,000 women and all that. So that's what the problem they had. That's why they had to go settle with the white man like that, because they always reaching for the 10s. They want the 10s, and they are what? 5s. You feel me?
This is going to be my last comment on this situation. First of all, Serena Williams' husband make less money than her, right? We always hear about how much black money black men got to make to be with a black woman. But first of all, her husband makes less money than her. And second of all, there was a story she said about how she was at a dinner and somebody stole her purse and she ran and chased him down and got her purse back. Could you imagine, as a black man, somebody steal your woman purse and she has to run and get her shit back? You would never.
Nah, you serious?
You would never hit.
I never heard of that.
Yeah, she was saying she got robbed and the white man stole her purse and she got it back. You would never hear the end of that.
Wow.
You would be all type of sorry ass, bitch ass, hoe ass nigga. We know that conversation.
Black Steel.
They play the
Black
game
Steel.
on easy, man.
Black Steel. Rihanna is a billionaire. She's a billionaire. Husband make much less money than she does. You know what I mean? So obviously she was able to work that out. She was able to, and she have like what 2-3 kids with him. Congratulations to that brother. You know, congratulations to them. But I'm saying to myself, so if she could find a man, a good man, adequate man for her, why these sisters couldn't find the same thing? You mean to tell me there's no brothers in South Central where they come from who would be able to fit the bill for them? Yeah, come on, man. Come on, bro.
Guana, you're being unfair. You're being unfair, Guana.
To that. Watch this. And I know it's different tax brackets, right? You know how many black men just sitting around in the barbershop, and we gonna start doing the thing in the barbershop. How many black men say they would not date a woman that make more money than them? So when we were talking, my wife passed away. My kid's mother, my two youngest kids' mother, my late wife passed away in 2006. So she doubled the amount of money that I made. I made like 50, 55,000. She was making over $100,000. You know how many black men sat there and say they couldn't do that because the woman want to be in control? See, here's the thing. It didn't make a difference how much money she made. I'm a man regardless. But those men, there's a lot of black men that tell you they won't date a woman that make more money than them. They have a problem. They have a problem with that. I'm like, man, I'm the man in my house regardless. It doesn't make a difference who made the most money. I'm still a damn man.
I agree with you, Bakari, but I'm gonna tell you though, and I know it's off topic, but listen, I understand why they say that, because we live in a capitalist society, right? And many women attach a man's value to how much he makes. There is the potential. Now, I'm not saying this for everybody because I'm generalizing, but there's a potential that some women look down on men that make less money. Now, I'm pretty sure we can. I got some videos I can share for the next time. But there's a lot of women who look down on men who make less than them, and they use that as an attempt to belittle him. And I'm generalizing. I'm speaking anecdotally, but a lot of times it's not so much men have a problem with women that make more than them, but it's the mentality that because I make more than you, I can disrespect you or I can talk to you any kind of way. You know, and I know that's generalizing, but I think that's a fear that some people have.
And you know what? And that was the fear. They were like, yeah, they want to be in charge. They gonna have control. That was their fear. But me personally, I didn't have that fear. she wasn't the first woman I dated that made more money than me. I was never concerned about, and I've had women that ask me now. Of course, now I make more money now, but anyway, that's it. I've had women ask me how much money I make, and I'm like, my money, shit. Why are you asking me that? You ain't my woman. I ain't your man. We don't need to. We just getting to know each other. How much money I make? Well, I ain't gonna date a man that. I had a woman tell me she ain't gonna date a man that make less than $250K.
She talking shit. Black men.
Hey, look, you know what I told her? And at this time, I might have been making. At this time, I wasn't making $250. I was making close to $2. But I'm like, well, you don't want to date me. So they asked me. I always take my money down. Do you make this much? No, I make about $50,000. However much I make, I'm going. Because why are you asking me about my money? How much money do you make? Don't be asking me about my money. What do you do for a damn living?
You the man. You're supposed to provide.
Brother Bakari, the black man, the black man is more than his net worth, bro. The black man. If people gauge in terms of relationship by that net worth, black men wouldn't date no women. They wouldn't have children and no women, bro. You know, because we've been cut out of that so-called feeler. Some of us get lucky, but most of us do not. This is the truth. You know, this is the truth. And I'm saying black men are worth more than that net worth. We bring more to the table than our net worth. There are many black women out here who making 6 figures. And what's the woman name? Fanny something from Atlanta. She was dating friggin' rappers. Because at the end of the day, she was lonely. Black men bring more to the table than just their net worth. And that's what the black man don't realize. And soon, we have to, I tell the brothers last week, every black man is a star. We bring more to the table than our net worth. You know what I mean? And I'm saying that, yes, net worth is important. Yes, financial security is important. Make no mistake about it. But I'm saying that there are other facets to our character and who we are as black men than our net worth. This is the reason why, and Black Steel say, you know, the whole world is chasing white men. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. That's not been my experience. Let me say that. That's not been my experience. You know, that's not been my experience. And I'm saying to the brothers, black men are much more than their net worth, bro. The old white men thinking, because a bunch of them are dating a bunch of young women and PDFs and stuff like that. And they have to buy whatever. But most of their wives, check their wives. I personally think Bill Gates' wife is messing with an African man right now. Personally, you know what I mean? African wife.
Well, they got divorced. They got divorced because
I think she dating a African man right now.
I think she got divorced partially because he was in Epstein files and he got an STD from a Russian hooker and brought it home to her.
But
trying to slip some antibiotics in her drink and shit.
But the reason why I say that is in the Caribbean, right? Because you all talk about sexual tourism. The white woman will come over here and she is a 6-figure, sometimes 7-figure woman. She'll finance a black man lifestyle, bro. His whole lifestyle, just because of what his personality is, his character is, how he treats her, all these different. The white boys ain't got it. We have swagger.
The mattress has nothing to do with it, right?
What'd you say? Say that again.
Right, he's putting her through the mattress has nothing to do with it, right?
That's some of it. But there are other things because sex lasts 20 minutes for some brothers, 25 minutes. There's other things that brothers bring to the table.
You're generous right now, brother. You're being real generous. I thank you.
I'm very generous. hey, drink some Guinness. But I'm saying that the black man is worth more than his net worth, and I think that we should not value ourselves like how the white world values themselves. They see themselves as valuable based on their net worth. And we shouldn't look at the world through the exact same spectacles as the white man, because we bring so much more to the table than just that. I'm not saying that security is not important. I'm saying that the black man brings more to the table. We look at the world differently. And that's why the whole world curious about how the black man think, what he want, what he interested in, all these other things. I'm telling you all, man. Listen, I'm trying to sell a nigger to himself. Maybe I am doing that, but I'll leave it. Goku.
Buana, that's a nice try, and I applaud you for it. But the truth of the matter is, you see what Bakari brought up, that whole notion about how much you make and all that stuff, and the guys in the barbershop. Let me tell you something. There's an actress. You see, and this is a full circle moment. We started the show tonight talking about Daphne Springs. We're going to end talking about another popular black woman. There's this woman I was a big fan of, and I had to stop rocking with her stuff. Her name is Gabrielle Union. Gabrielle Union sat down and told a story. She said she was married before Dwayne Wade. For those of you who know, you know. She was married before, and she said, when I was married to that guy, I was the earner. And it made me feel entitled and empowered to cheat on this guy and to treat him bad and all this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, that's what it is. That's what.
Koku, explain Rihanna and ASAP Rocky, please. Explain that then. Explain that.
If I can't explain it with facts, but I'll tell you something. I think ASAP is using his head. Let me put it like that. I think ASAP is using his head and playing the game. I
hope she leave ASAP Rocky punk ass. When somebody asks him about what was going on in the black community, and they ask him, what did he say? Oh, that ain't got nothing to do with me. I have a house in Beverly Hills and one on Rodeo Drive in some Soho. Is that where they live? Soho, where the rich folk live?
Soho, yeah.
Yeah, I can have a house on Rodeo Drive in Soho, so that have nothing to do with me. I make money. That's what that was his answer.
That's her money. That's her money, though. That's her money.
That was before, but I remember that, man. People like that. I mean, if you feel that your money insulates you from white supremacy, then so be it. But I mean, there's been plenty of wealthy black people who've been hung from trees. Your wealth ain't gonna protect you, and that day is coming. I mean, we can see the moves that Trump is making. Maybe he can escape and live with his wife in Barbados. Maybe that can escape. That can be his fallback position. But ain't nobody.
Here comes the Workers of the World Unite stuff with
one time was Young Thug gave an answer like that when they asked him about Mike Brown. Man, we making money over here. But I'm gonna tell you something. Now, Young Thug did come out publicly, and the reason I wouldn't say none of this. I don't all that stuff they say Young Thug did. I say allegedly, right? But I was over there in the area where Young Thug is from, bro. When Young Thug made money, the elders in that community, Young Thug was paying people to go to the grocery store for him. He was paying rent. He was paying bills. He was doing Then you come to find out, like when he said that on TV, then he came back and he retracted that and he said, I'm sorry. He shouldn't have ever made that statement. Now, A$AP Rocky ain't did that because I felt that way about Young Thug. I don't know if he did all that stuff or not. But I can say Young Thug is one of the ones that made some money and looked out for the people where he from. I look out for his community for real. He did that.
Man, good conversation on that topic. I knew that one was going to probably stop us from getting to the next two topics, but I think it was a good conversation all around.
You did it then. I'm messing with you, Coco. I say, so why did you do it then? I'm just messing with you though.
Oh no, yeah, no, I'm gonna do it regardless. Now I'm gonna push it. Again, like I said, I think we do have to have those conversations. We got to be realistic about some of the truths behind those conversations. But before we leave, man, because we went over time tonight. Before we leave, let's do our shout outs this week. Let me just go straight down the line. Bakari, what would you like to shout out this week?
I want to shout out you, of course. You know what? I'm going to shout out my brother Icon Fire. I don't even know if he's still on here. If he ain't, I hope he's listening. I do agree with some of the stuff Icon Fire say. He just go a little bit too hard on the women at times. That's just my opinion. But I'm going to shout him out for coming back and dealing with this fire that I give him is all in love though, because I can see he want black folks to be better. Me and Black Steel finally had our argument that we hadn't had in about a month. Good job, Koku, for bringing it back.
I miss you too, Bukari.
Good job. Good job for bringing it back. Shout out to the chat, Lord. Dude, Laws of Slaughter say shout out to the ancestors. Exactly. Shout out to the ancestors, and I'm gonna give a shout out to all the shout outs I'm gonna be shouting out in the future.
Bakari, don't you think when we have some contentiousness, don't you think it's a better discussion overall?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something, man. You thought I was playing when I was telling Black Steel I'm gonna have to create an argument because we ain't argued in a while. You did a good job tonight. You did a good job. But you know what, though, in that I said something a couple times that was disrespectful. I know I apologize to Black Steel, and I argue with him because we're a brother and I respect his opinion. So if I ever sound disrespectful, it's okay to put me in damn check. Hell, I don't care if I get disrespectful with you. It's okay to go ahead and correct me. But I'm glad, you know what, it was a good one. And Black Steel, we're going to have to go do this again in a few more weeks. And I hope Icon 5 be here too.
Is Kofi still here with us? If Kofi's still here, what would you like to show this week, brother?
Oh, I'd like to shout out to you, of course, bringing another good topic and not a lot of fire topics right here. Shout out to the people of Guyana. Shout out to Black women. Shout out to Black women. And shout out to the ancestors. That's pretty much it. Good show as always.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you for being here. Black Steel, what would you like to shout out this week?
Shout out to the people of Cuba. They going through a rough time. You know, U.S. imperialism is on the rise again, but the Cuban Revolution is definitely something that needs to be sustained. You know, but I'll never forget how the Cuban people, the Cuban military, so helped end apartheid in Africa. Shout out to the AES. They got that spy who tried to infiltrate. They want him back. They're not giving him back. But yeah, shout out to all the revolutionaries. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to everyone on the show.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you much, Black Steel. Last but not least, man, Buana, what would you like to shout out this week?
Yeah, first let me shout out Mia Motley for she was reelected as the Prime Minister of Barbados. So shout out to that sister for leading that country. You know, she's doing great things in Barbados. So shout out for her reelection as the Prime Minister. The second thing I wanted to do is to address provider triggers. She said 20 minutes is being generous. Tell the brother, tell him to buy one. Just get like 3 Guinness. No, I don't know. Well, you're a Caribbean lady, so you know what Guinness is. Tell him drink 1 Guinness, and I'm sure he'll give you more than 20 minutes. I'm sure he'll give you more than 20 minutes. But needless to say,
what's wrong with the Red Stripe? Drink a Red Stripe. What's wrong with Red Stripe?
No, don't go with Red Stripe. Go with Guinness. Go with Guinness. The Guinness. No, the Guinness will give you more than 20 minutes. The Guinness will give you more than 20 minutes. As far as what does the Black man provide more than money? The Black man, sister, the Black man is not an ATM machine. He is not a Brinks truck. There's companionship kind of things that the Black man provides the Black woman. Companionship is important. You don't just want to, be a companion to your cat. You must have somebody to talk back to, and I think that dialogue is a good thing. You know, that the companionship between a female and a male is a good thing. That is to me to women that is a good thing. You just don't want to talk to your cats at the end of the day. You want to talk to a human being who could converse with you, who could hug you at night. Cats don't hug you at night. Cats don't allow you to engage in human to human contact with one another. These things are priceless. These things are priceless. Now, I'm not saying that the man shouldn't provide for his home, but I'm saying that another human being, a male human being, I don't know if you same-sex loving person, but a male human being is provide you with good things to keep you going. These things to keep you going. So I think that these, not only that, you know, if a man is a man at his home, you know what I mean, he is gonna take care of you. He's ingenious. He fixes things that are broken. He provides many different kinds of trains of thought that help you think differently. He presents the other side of the argument, because sometimes a female can see the life and reality through a female's perspective. But if you get another perspective from the other side, those two perspectives sometimes it could create a powerful kind of individual, a powerful individual. So don't discount that, because these things may not have a monetary value, but these things are priceless. These things are priceless. But let me just say, like I say, I just think that at the end of the day, drink one get tell the brother who you messing with to drink one Guinness, and I promise you he'll give you more than 20 minutes. But needless to say, shout out to all the brothers on the panel. It was a very good discussion. Provide triggers. I would love to hear your voice one of these days. Please come on the panel and present your arguments. You're a very brilliant sister, and I hope that you come on and give your view of the world, as opposed to all these hard leg dudes who's be in this room all the time. I would love to hear your voice, and as long and shout out to Amma. Amma is I know it's Valentine's Day, so she's celebrating Valentine's Day with her man. I'm not a Roman, so I don't celebrate Valentine's Day. So, but respect to her as well. I hope she comes to the platform next week. But shout out to all the brothers who gave valuable contributions to the conversation. I'll leave it there.
Bakari, for that aphrodisiac. I appreciate that, brother. Go ahead and give me some ginseng.
Drink some ginseng. I'm telling you, go get you. As a matter of fact, y'all can go online and you can order from Hiram Herbal Shop, black on.
Black on too. Let's say less.
Look, she'll send it to you. Drink you a shot of these every day. I'm telling you, your energy. I'm telling you, man. Woman, you ain't gonna be drunk and wake up with a hangover either. Don't listen to Bawana and COVID, Guinness, and Red Stripe.
Guinness has raised your blood pressure too. You have to be careful with that.
Yeah, the ginseng gonna lower your blood pressure.
Yeah. Provide triggers for evolution says, shout out to all Black women who are Pan-Africanists both ideologically and politically in the context of Western hegemony. That's a good shout out there. I appreciate it. Shout out to that. Trigger Happy says, shout out to the AES. Keep that spy in check. Yeah, they had to capture another spy recently, right? My shout out is to the thumbnail of this episode. Shout out to Haiti, man. Under 17 and the men's team qualified for the World Cup. And let's hope they go there and kick some ass. I really hope they meet up with France and kick their ass, to be quite frank. So shout out to that, man. We'll be back next week. Hopefully you'll be back with us as well. And in the meantime, if you have any ideas, for Shoot the Breeze topics, just post them on the Discord. Join the Discord.
Coco, I wanted to tell the panel, I would really love to do a review of Live and Let Die, this James Bond film. I would love all the brothers to participate in that. I just really wanted to. I watched this movie the other day and it had so much symbolism in it. And I think that the African diaspora, all my brothers in America and the Caribbean, would really benefit if we were to do a review on that. So I just really wanted to present that to them. And if they're interested, maybe we could do something about that, Coco. I just really wanted to put that out there.
Yeah, I'm going to add everyone on the Discord about it. Also, Kofi I know he added me and Bakari on the Discord. He wanted us to do something together for Black History Month as well. I'm gonna hit him up, and once he tells me more, I'll tell Bakari and try to get Buana and others involved as well. But yeah, we could do a movie review. We haven't done that in a while, so I'm down. Just let's organize it, and then we'll let people know when we're doing it. All right. That's the show for tonight. You guys be good. Make sure to hit the like button, share the show. Let your people know what you did this Saturday night. We'll be back again next week, Saturday, 8 p.m. Until then, you guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.